Follow, follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done. Breathe, breathe in the air, set your intentions, dream with care. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon, a brand new sun. Follow, follow the sun, the direction of the birds, the direction of love. Breathe, breathe in the air, cherish this moment, cherish this breath. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon, a brand new sun. When you feel life coming down on you like a heavy weight, when you feel this crazy society adding to the strain, take a stroll to the nearest water's edge. Remember your place. Many moons have risen and fallen long, long before you came. So which way is the wind blowing? And what does your heart say? Follow, follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done. Here comes the sun, da 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 da. Here comes the sun, well I say it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long hard done by you. Some things look better, baby, just passing through. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, no, no. And this is what it is to you that I said. Touchdown brings me round again. Will I find it all I can day? No, no, no.
Good morning and welcome everybody to the Growing Community-Led Disaster Resilience Forum. This is a showcase of current practices and research in this area. It's the 12th year of forums that have been held by the Monash University Disaster Resilience Initiative, or MUDRI, as some of you know us. This time with our major partners, Fire to Flourish, a new and exciting initiative that some of you know was launched last month. My name is Dudley McArdle. I'll be your forum chair, which sounds very important, but my main role is just to keep us on time. I've been a part of the MUDRI team for the last 12 years and was in senior emergency management roles for countless years before that. Because I'm in charge of keeping us on time, we will finish at the advertised time of 12:55. And to do that, I give fair warning to all our speakers and participants. I can be very harsh. Right. Just received a message that we're waiting for some attendees. I'll say it all again soon. Let me know, Ronnie, when to start.
We'll keep going, Dudley. Let's go through with some housekeeping.
Okay, thank you. Live television, ladies and gentlemen. I was saying that I'm going to be very harsh enforcing time limits. So fair warning to all our speakers and discussants. We've got a stellar array of speakers today and discussants. I look forward to introducing them to you as we work through the program. I hope you've received a copy of that program along with our very voluminous workbook. It's not as big as the Guinness Book of Records, but I think we're pushing it. But please use the workbook as a lasting resource, including the bios of our speakers. Use it as a reference with additional reading resources that we've included there, and to note down your own observations and questions and reactions as we go through the program. Today, our audience, including all of you and some still to come allegedly, has gone past 213 in total. We've got 7 of our previous Skip Burkle lecturers over the years who have rejoined us, and they're all very welcome. Interestingly, women outnumber men in the participants today by a factor of 3 to 1. All states and territories are represented except for the Northern Territory, and we've got 8 international participants. As usual, at our previous forums, attendance reflects the shared responsibility in this sector. We've got representatives from government departments at federal and state and local levels, with pleasingly representatives from 22 local governments. Emergency service organisations are amongst you: SES, CFA, Ambulance, DELP, and some of their interstate equivalents as well. We've got representatives from NGOs and not-for-profits. A number of people from various universities and TAFEs, 13 universities represented across the board. Some of you are business and private consultants, and some of you are community representatives. Just as a bit of administration, because we have a jam-packed program, we will be pushing through with time, but the program is designed to maximise interaction from us as participants with our speakers and our discussants. The Q&A function that we've provided allows you to ask questions of our presenters and panelists, and I'll try to maximise the opportunities for you to ask those questions or make those statements or make comments. To that end, as the speakers are going through, jot down your questions or comments in the appropriate part of your workbook so you don't forget them by the end of the presentation. Please don't be insulted if we don't get around to your question or to your statement, because with more than 200 participants, we all want to have our say. Victoria will be monitoring the Q&A process, and she'll lead us into your questions, and we'll fit in as many as we can. I also reserve the right, of course, to dob in someone to offer some reactions or responses to various presentations. In some cases, people who I know, so be very afraid, but also some with whom I'm not familiar. You should be aware that this webinar will be recorded and will be available to us all afterwards, and will be sent out soon after the webinar is finished, in a couple of days, I think. I'm sure you're all veteran Zoomers, so I don't need to remind you to mute your microphones when you're not actually offering some question or response. And also remember that if your camera is on, we can see you. Just saying, just saying. Please bear with us if we have any technology issues. It's a major endeavour getting this many people together in the one place at the one time, although we've all become very relatively adept at using Zoom. For your comfort and pleasure, I forget what they say in the airlines, but something like that. We will have a break at 10:30 for 10 minutes. And at 11 o'clock, we'll stop for a very brief moment to observe the Remembrance Day traditions. Ronnie, we had a slide putting up those admin points, I think. some housekeeping. Thank you. Just to remind some of the questions that I've had. Yes, if in particular, if you have questions for the panelists, submit them via the Q&A function. Hover your mouse over the Q&A button and click it, and we'll cover as many as we can. Victoria is keeping an eye on that and will prompt us when we have the opportunity. In just a moment, I'm going to be asking David Tournier from the Boonwurrung Foundation, I hope I've pronounced that right, David, to do the acknowledgement of and welcome to country. Although I've said I'm very keen to keep us on time, I'm amazed that I've managed to keep my introductory session to a shorter time than was available. Ronnie, should we start with David, or will we wait until more people join us?
I'll get David cover online. We'll go through and if David can give us our welcome.
Okay, so it is with great pleasure that I introduce David Tournier from the Boonwurrung Foundation to give us the traditional welcome to country. Thanks, David.
Hello. So, Gunaba Meriyu, Gavata, Narich. Oh, sorry, my bad. Nora Waring. So Nora Narich. Narik David. Waring Gunaba Yeram. Woman Jika. I'd like to pay my respects to my ancestors, elders past, present and future, and to recognise the commitment that Five Forests has made here today in having us do the welcome today. Through this, you've shown the willingness to honour sacred ground that we all walk on. As a descendant of Melbourne's first people, the Boonwurrung people of the Greater Eastern Kulin Nations, known as the Kulin Nations, I'm pleased to be able to welcome you here today on behalf of Caroline Briggs AM. This is the traditional grounds of the Boonwurrung people, who are one of the 5 language groups that make up the Kulin Nations. These groups are the Boonwurrung, the Dja-Dja-Wurrung, the Tarnagulla, and the Wathaurong. Our traditional country now consists of a great multicultural city we now know as Melbourne, where we can all learn and listen from all aspects of cultures that we have here today. The importance of this land and our culture, the spirit of Bunjil, our creator, and his gifts of generosity still influence our land and this people today. What we have learned from our old people still resonate with us. These include the core values of learning, showing respect, celebrating life, and honouring sacred ground. As Australians, whilst we all come from different clans, language groups, and even countries across the world, we can all learn from these core values. The word welcome in Boonwurrung language is Womanjika, and its translation is come with purpose. It is a contract between the Boonwurrung people as the custodians of this country and yourselves to ensure our laws are adhered to and to guarantee safe passage for those who ask. According to traditions, this land has always been protected by our creator Bunjil, who travels as a wedge-tailed eagle, and by Wa, who protects the waterways and travels as a crow. Bunjil taught the Boonwurrung to always welcome guests, but requires the Boonwurrung to ask all visitors to make 2 promises, which will ask you today: to obey the laws of Bunjil and to not harm the children or the land of Bunjil. This commitment was made through exchange of a small bower dipped in water and the spoken words, Womanjika. The Womanjika, this is Burrong country. Welcome. Gunapa, Mediu, Gavata, Neech. Back to you, Dudley.
Thanks very much, David. Wise words indeed, and food for thought for all of us as we launch into this important and groundbreaking forum today. We are a little bit ahead of time, but I think that's all to the good. The more time we have available, we can use for our interaction and to engage as many people as possible. So, Ronnie, as the Master of Ceremonies behind the scenes, I'll go ahead and kick the program along so that we can use some of that additional time later during the program. The first activity we have is for the Skip Burkle lecture, and to initiate that Skip Burkle lecture to be given by Bryony Rogers, I'm going to call on Stuart Newstead, who's the Associate Professor Stuart Newstead, who's the boss at the Monash University Accident Research Centre, and I'll ask Stuart to introduce Bryony. Over to you, Stuart.
Thank you, Dudley. On behalf of the Monash University Accident Research Centre, who have proudly hosted the Monash Uni Disaster Resilience Initiative for around a decade now, I welcome everyone today to the forum, and particularly welcome you to listen to the Professor Frederick Skip Burkle Jr. annual keynote lecture. Skip Burkle, as you will know from reading the notes in your program, was a towering and remains a towering international figure and leader in disaster resilience. And we've been very pleased that Skip Burkle has had an ongoing association with Monash University Accident Research Centre and Mudgee for many years now. He has acted as a mentor to the program and has visited us many times. I think Frank Archer was telling me around 6 times he's made the journey to Monash to offer his wisdom and advice and mentoring to those involved in Mudgee. Skip Burkle not only was a leader in disaster resilience, Frank tells me is also a leader in the idea of developing the modern concept of triage. In fact, he coined the term emergency public health, from which many of his ideas on disaster resilience and how to respond to that have stemmed. I understand Professor Burkle's health doesn't allow him to be with us today, but which we're very, very sad about, but we understand he's very much still thinking about the field and contributing his knowledge and expertise. So at MUARC and Mudgee, we're very proud to be able to name our annual keynote lecture series after Professor Burkle and honour the great work that he has done in the field over the years. And we wish him well and good health into the future. When I was thinking about the introduction today, I was thinking, what does disaster resilience mean? And I think in my mind, it really is about the ability of the community to understand the environment in which they live and be prepared for all the events that that environment can throw up. And as I was listening to David's introduction to country today, and welcome to country, I thought, well, it's quite remarkable really how First Nations people were the custodians of this land for tens of thousands of years. And they were, in some respects, some of the most resilient people we will see. And they were so because they heeded the words of Bunjil, as David talks about. They understood their land, they understood its cycles, what it can do, and they were prepared for that. And in doing so, they made themselves a very resilient culture who very ably looked after this land for, as I said, tens of thousands of years. And it makes me wonder, in hearing that welcome to land, what some of David's ancestors would have thought when just over 230 years ago, European settlement came to this land, and have now spent perhaps the last 230 years trying to fight it rather than work with it. And I think that is perhaps some of the reason we're talking about disaster resilience today. So what I would hope that we could listen to the wise words that David has just told us and think about how we can understand the land and work with it so we can be resilient to the sort of events that land throws up. And so they won't be disasters anymore. They'll just be things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. I think the lecture you're about to hear today really talks of a new approach of preparing community to deal with disaster, or in fact, what we should be to deal with the environment that they live in, to be better prepared for that. I think it's a very exciting initiative, and I think you should be very pleased to hear our guest speaker today talk about that program and how research will hope to give us some of the wisdom that the First Nations people had in this area potentially. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our speaker today for the Professor Frederick Skip Burkle Junior Annual Keynote Lecture. Associate Professor Bryony Rogers is a Monash staff member. She's based at the Monash Sustainability Institute. And as we know, in many of our institutes, the idea of bringing collective knowledge from many disciplines together to solve some of the key challenges of our age, and certainly disaster resilience is a key challenge of our age. Bryony has brought together her training in environmental sociology, civil engineering, and science to bear on this issue. She has a background in sustainability, having worked in areas such as water infrastructure projects in Southeast Asian countries. And Bryony has a real passion for looking at sustainability issues and using science to come up with solutions which help us in our day-to-day quest for sustainability and resilience. Bryony's latest challenge is as CEO of MSDI's new Fire to Flourish program, which is co-hosting the session today. And in that role, she leads a transdisciplinary research team working in partnership across the university to respond to the tragedy that was the 2019-20 summer bushfires, to understand how communities can be better prepared for those events and respond to them. This is a 5-year program in partnership with the Paul Ramsay Foundation and the Australian Centre for Social Innovation and Metal Manufacturers Proprietary Limited. A hugely exciting program, a huge challenge for Bryony, and I'm sure she'll rise to the occasion. And I welcome her today to talk about MSDI's Fire to Flourish program and give you an overview. So welcome, Bryony, to give the Skip Burkle lecture today. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Stuart. Let me just bring up my slides. Has that come up okay? Look, thank you very much, Stuart, and thank you, Dudley. I'll start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of lands across Australia. I pay my respects to the Kulin Nations, to the people of the Kulin Nations, from whose lands I'm joining you today. And I acknowledge the continuing connections of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples to the lands and waters across our beautiful country, and recognise that sovereignty was never ceded. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples joining us today. You've got to be prepared to plant a seed to grow a forest, and that growth needs the right conditions. These are the words from one of the participants from one of our partner communities in Fire to Flourish that we've had the privilege of spending some time with recently in conversations about their journey of recovery since the bushfires nearly 2 years ago, and about their hopes for the future. And as communities all around Australia slowly emerge from lockdown, feeling trauma-worn, facing uncertainties of living with COVID and an increasing risk of climate-related disaster, how do we create the conditions that will help communities to flourish and to thrive? Fire to Flourish is a partnership program, as Stuart was saying, between Monash University, the Paul Ramsay Foundation, the Australian Centre for Social Innovation and Metal Manufacturers. And over the coming years, we'll be working with 4 communities that were affected by those bushfires nearly 2 years ago, and really exploring and experimenting with community-led recovery and resilience approaches. What does that really mean in practice? And today, I'd like to share some of the insights from some of our early work. This includes some early research on community-led resilience, looking into the evidence and the literature, engaging with many different stakeholders working in this space. We've conducted a survey of perspectives from more than 3,500 Australians around Australia with the Social Research Centre, and of course, been working very closely with community members themselves. We've all heard the statistics that talk of the impacts of that bushfire season. Up to 40 million hectares burned, more than 3,000 homes destroyed, significant environmental destruction with an estimated 3 billion animals killed or displaced, estimated financial impacts of over $10 billion, lives lost. These measures reflect widespread devastation, but they also only tell part of the story. Beyond the physical impacts, there have been all kinds of social, relational, well-being impacts that are less tangible, more difficult to measure, but absolutely central to the lived experiences of communities' bushfire experience and their recovery journey. There's recognised but unquantified ongoing mental health challenges and spikes in family violence. Thousands and thousands of people estimated to be displaced, but we have no system yet to track and systematically support people who are. We know that social inequities are at risk of becoming further entrenched and exacerbated as a result of disaster. But it's also not all negative news. In fact, just like the Banksia needs the heat of fire to be able to release its seeds and flower, experience of disaster and an empowered recovery journey can in fact galvanise community, bring community together to be stronger in ways that lay long-lasting foundations. We call this transformative resilience. The results of our national survey, 3,500 people, certainly reflect this. Here is a bit of a snapshot. People who have experienced a disaster have demonstrated an increased risk perception and increased awareness of risk. Disaster experience has meant being better prepared and able to cope in terms of their household and also their broader community if a disaster was to happen again. This counters the common characterisation of disaster survivors as being victims with reduced capacities. And in fact, communities can be coming through stronger. And this significantly higher level of preparedness and anticipated ability to cope lasts over time. You can see from here, we asked people how long have they experienced a disaster and how long ago was that disaster? And you can see the higher levels of preparedness at both community and household scale, even 10 years after that disaster occurred. So coming away with more confidence, but also coming away with more cohesion. We asked about how well communities share information, what's the local leadership like as indicators of community cohesion and connectedness. And again, you can see that experience of disaster increases quite significantly the levels that people experienced And again, that greater cohesion lasts a long time. Even 10 years after an event, the level of perceived cohesion in the community was higher than people who had never experienced disaster. And interestingly, there's a difference in a gender lens, with women perceiving greater community cohesion than men. And people are aware of the importance of community cohesion in how well they'd coped in a disaster. You can see the correlation here. People who believed their community was less cohesive also felt they wouldn't cope as well following a disaster. And there's a few more quotes from some of our participants that really demonstrate that potential and lived experience of communities coming together after a disaster. So community cohesion is key. But another result from the survey revealed that almost half of the people that were surveyed felt like they didn't belong to their community. So what does this mean for how we need to be thinking about community-led recovery and resilience? How do we lead and support communities to come together before and after a disaster event to grow the conditions for them to flourish? There are some clear directions on the way forward coming through from evidence and research, and certainly from our communities. A disaster event is but one moment in time in a community's long history and their long future. Connecting to country to really draw on that deep knowledge of place, that deep relationship with place has got to be vital. We can be led by Indigenous people and guided by Indigenous ways of knowing, being and doing. But there are challenges. We know many non-Aboriginal people have limited connections to Aboriginal people or to their cultural context or to their significance, the cultural significance of place. There's a lack of cultural awareness more broadly in non-Aboriginal people and communities, a lack of cultural awareness and a lack of confidence perhaps to engage in meaningful dialogue and collaboration. We know Aboriginal leaders are spread thinly. So what are the learning opportunities here? How can we grow the cultural competencies of non-Aboriginal people? How can disaster recovery and resilience processes be an opportunity to heal deep community divides, to heal country? How can we ensure that the participation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, how can we ensure that they have a space and opportunity that's safe and meaningful to be part of and lead conversations about the future of communities? And how can we be guided by Aboriginal ways of knowing, being and doing? I think the statement here from one of our participants is incredibly powerful. In the context of lots of uncertainty about the future, increased climate risk, all kinds of challenges, economic and big transitions ahead for our communities, how do we create a vision that provides hope and pride and celebration in communities? That beacon that can help us to collectively navigate the challenges that no doubt lie ahead, to work through our different needs and our different priorities. How do we embrace the reality of increased disaster risk, but stay optimistic? How do we meaningfully engage with those challenges, but move away from a deficit or negative framing and instead focus on the pathway through the challenges towards our aspirations for the future? How do we create and hold holistic visions of a thriving future as we think about particular resilience or recovery initiatives? What are the innovative resilience practices and initiatives across different domains, the built environment, economic, natural environment, social? What are we doing that creates those seeds, those promises of the future that we can draw on and learn together about? Strengths-based approaches are key. Jason Adler at our last webinar, for those of you who were able to join, said there must be a commitment to do with, not to or for, to ask, not to tell, to seek to understand, not to assume or judge, to negotiate, not consult, and to partner, not just engage. But we do tend to hear a deficit framing of disaster and disaster victims, especially for groups that are poor, marginalised, experiencing systemic lack of investment over many years. Our institutional systems tend to be set up for top-down processes. It will be a big change to genuinely think about what it means for communities to be able to self-determine their recovery and resilience building pathways. Government perceptions of risk might limit appetite for devolving decision-making and resources to communities. So how can we learn together about this? How can how can governments and other organisations best enable and support self-determination by communities? What community capabilities might need to be grown? What institutional capabilities might need to be grown? What changes to power, risk and resource sharing might be needed? And how do we figure out how to do that? Community leadership has been on show across the country. We know that strong social capital is key, but there are challenges. We've heard a lot about the fatigue, the burnout that community leaders are experiencing. We've heard about the isolation that the pandemic has created for people and for communities. And as we start to emerge from COVID, the fragmentation that might be starting to appear, as we have, different people and vaccines and, all kinds of challenge and tension and novelty, newness, I guess, a new phase of our pandemic journey. We know that there's a declining volunteer culture. We know that there's generational gaps, that a lot of the existing community leaders tend to be among the older parts of the community. We've also heard about the overburden, the social overburden and the administrative overburden of people that are bringing leadership roles into their community. So what are your ideas about how we might grow the leadership capabilities needed to support communities to be on a transformative pathway to flourishing? How do we motivate and activate people to increase the participatory culture of our communities? How do we bridge divides that might be deep and more recent? How do we bridge them together to create strong foundations for communities to lead into the future? How do we reach into the maybe hard to reach parts of community to make sure that no one's left behind on our recovery and our resilience building? How do we empower young people, our next generation of leaders? How do we properly resource community leaders to do their really important work? As we think about the challenges that our Australian communities are facing, how do we take our collective next steps to increase our climate resilience, to create flourishing futures? With a powerful mix of people and organisations that are committed to community-led recovery and resilience approaches, we have a promising start. Even the mix of people that Dudley was just talking about that are here today, a mix of community members, local governments, state and federal agencies, community organisations, businesses, research, philanthropy. What an incredible mix of people all wanting to work together to be able to pave our way forward to support community-led approaches, which we know has got to be the way forward. There's deep experiences and strengths to build from, but also many challenges and new things to learn, new approaches to be adopted. So guided by some of the principles that our communities are telling us about, that the research says has to be the way forward, connecting to country, shared vision, self-determination, leadership, social capital. How can we work together to support communities across Australia to come together and to learn along the way? Thank you. And now I will be very pleased to answer any questions that might have come through.
Thanks very much, Bryony. Before I hand back to Frank Archer to close off your session, we do have some time for questions. In a moment, I'm going to ask Victoria what's appeared on the Q&A file. But because I'm the host today, that gives me the right to ask the first question in every case. And so I love the way you ran through. what I was impressed most about is you have so many questions, and our role today and in the future is to find some answers to all those questions. But I was just reflecting, and one of the things I read in your report recently, there's been a fair bit made of the shifting paradigm in disaster management, that things have to change, and you've eloquently outlined how emergency management and community resilience and community networking has to change. Do you want to expand on that a bit? Have you got information from the research that you've done already and from the studies that you've done? Where does that go? What does all that mean?
Yeah, and I can see there's a question that's come through all about. There's so many questions that we're holding, and I think that really reflects that this is a paradigm shift. Resilience has been around as a concept for decades. It's had a renewal, if you like, in the last couple of years, particularly as we're really recognising that cascading disasters, compounding disasters, this is our future with the climate change impacts that are already locked in. And so it's not about a disaster and a recovery and that's it. It's actually about being prepared and, you know, growing that foundation for resilience. But for community leadership to come through, it is a big change. And I think that that's okay and really important to recognise that. And I think that learning and that sharing we need to be trying things. That we don't have a ready set of solutions of how do we do this well in practice. So we've got to be able to get in there and try things, know that some of them won't work, know that there's a lot of learning to do together, but that's part of the change journey. And I think having that shared vision of what the emergency management, the disaster sector, and the relationship more generally between communities and agencies and businesses and so on, all the actors in a community system, you know, a vision for how that needs to be collaborative and partnership based so that we can do this together. And so I think experimenting, trying, learning, sharing, I think that's why I'm so excited about the framing of today's forum. You know, there is a key thread of that learning and connecting, and I think being really open and honest and connecting has got to be there. But there aren't ready answers yet, other than principles and guidance. And
of course, one of a question that has popped up in Q&A that you and you alone from all our speakers today can answer, and it comes from Tanya Richter, and she says, "What's the vision of Fire to Flourish?"
Yeah, the communities all around Australia have the agency and the capability and the conditions to be able to lead recovery and resilience building in partnership with others.
Thanks. That's useful for the context of the rest of our discussions today. A couple of other questions that I'm looking at, and Victoria might want to come in after I've had my last hosts priorities. But a couple of questions have talked about disaster risk and disaster risk reduction and the like. Susan Davey asks, how do we link community capacity building to disaster risk reduction activities that are undertaken by emergency services? How do we get that engagement more effectively? Again, questions. We don't have answers yet, but I'd be interested in your response to it.
Yeah, I think community capabilities and community capacities, I think that lens needs to be woven across everything that we do. Growing foundations within community to be able to lead and be taking strong action, you know, across everything. What are the capabilities that we want to be? What are the capabilities that community wants to be growing and recognises as being needed in the future. And the capabilities to be able to cope, absolutely. Capabilities to be able to adapt. And by that we mean, being able to learn and try new things and talk about that. But also capabilities to be transformative. So, bringing people together in new ways, really challenging some of those systemic conditions that might be holding back the community, or creating inequities that are being perpetuated. So capabilities to step up and challenge and lead are all important. And I think every opportunity, every connection point and every process and every initiative has an opportunity to build in a capabilities lens, so that it's not you go to your training now, but actually it's a generally understood direction that we as a community want to grow in these ways, and we'll work together on that.
Great, thanks. Victoria's been keeping a weather eye over the Q&A listing. Victoria, any trended questions that that you think we should put to Bryony before we let her go?
Hi everyone, we've got a question here. Are you able, from Sally Watkins? We haven't answered that one, have we?
No, no.
Are you able to answer any of these how questions? For example, how to engage Indigenous learnings?
Yeah, that's a great one. And I think the first thing is to talk, build relationships with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, listen deeply and learn and craft a pathway forward together. I think Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples are so often not included in processes, or a culturally or physically safe space for Aboriginal people to come and be part of processes and lead to processes might not have been front of mind. So being really intentional about what conditions do we need to create for Indigenous people to be able to come and be part of it and lead processes, and for everyone to be really intentional and mindful about foregrounding Aboriginal wisdom in everything that's being done, in every decision that's being made, in every plan that's being made. And being very focused on that, building our own, for non-Aboriginal people, building our own capabilities and confidence to create a meaningful two-way dialogue has got to be the start.
Thanks again for that. And being the keeper of the time, we need to keep moving along, Bryony. And so I'd like to throw to Professor Frank Archer from Mudgee to give formal thanks to Bryony for her inspiring presentation. So over to you, Frank.
Okay, thanks, Dudley. So firstly, good morning to everybody, and hope you'll excuse me a little bit if I use notes, but I'm under strict orders from Dudley to keep the time. Well, that's the only way I can do it, and if you're not scared of Dudley, I am. I have the pleasure in standing in for Associate Professor Stuart Newstead this morning for this important function, and on your collective behalf, I have the honour of thanking Associate Professor Bryony Rogers for her presentation and for preparing a conceptual framework for us as a part of this 16th Professor Skip Burkle annual keynote lecture. As Professor Burkle was a leader and visionary in emergency public health, you've seen this morning that Bryony is a leader and visionary in growing community-led disaster resilience. Community-led disaster resilience and emergency public health are cognitively linked, and hence the link between Bryony and Skip. I want to thank you, Bryony, for the clarity in illuminating and stimulating us on the principles and the directions of the Fire to Flourish program. We look forward to participating in this journey with you and with the rest of your team. And can I, in speaking to the whole audience out there, encourage you to check out the Forum Handbook, and you'll see in this section of the Forum Handbook a number of links to the key evolving documents of the Fire to Flourish program, in particular the regular newsletter, the Flourish Flyer that's going to be distributed, the first one that's already been done, and invite you to register for the flyer and to keep in touch through those websites that we've linked there for you, so that you can indeed contribute, be informed and contribute to this journey. That's what Bryony's contribution this morning was about, was to stimulate us all, which he's done. Our respect now to both Bryony and Skip is to become engaged with this program and make our contributions where possible. We have plenty of scope for that. So Bryony, it's my pleasure to electronically present to you this morning the certificate to acknowledge your presentation. And there's the certificate that's come on the screen. And finally, my last sentence is, we've been in touch with Professor Burkle. As Stuart said earlier, his health prevents his participation this morning. However, he is honoured by this presentation and by your presentation, Bryony, and he extends his good greetings and his best wishes to Bryony and to all participants this morning. So thank you again, and so back to you, Dudley.
Thanks very much, Frank. A reminder that I see there are a number of questions that have been put up on the Q&A. We didn't get to ask them all to Bryony, for which I think she's probably grateful at one level. But those questions will remain there and we'll keep a record of them. And as the discussions continue today, the opportunity still exists for us to go back to some of them and put them in the context of the speakers and discussants in the following sessions. So I'll move on to the second session for today, and we've titled that "A Showcase of Community-Led Resilience Stories and Current Practices." And the idea of this session was to, as most of you will know, we called for expressions of interest for people to propose their resilience stories and their current practices in the context of community-led activities. We received a significant number, and each of those expressions of interest are actually replicated in the workbook that you've received. But we've chosen 3 of them in particular because of their particular application to the sorts of questions that Bryony asked in her presentation. As I introduce each of the presenters in this showcase, I will remind you that their contact details are in the workbook, and they're all very happy to be contacted for follow-up later today or in coming days. And we encourage you to do that, because after all, that's the aim of this forum, is to encourage the networking and the sharing of information and the sharing of stories. So please take advantage of that opportunity. To kick off this showcase, and each of the 3 speakers will have 10 minutes to describe their activities, and at the end of the 3 speakers we'll have time for questions and discussion that again you might want to propose. And again, my threat is, if you don't have any questions, I'll name and shame you and offer you that opportunity in the nicest possible way. So our first presenter and the first showcase is Linda Jungwirth, who's going to tell us about the Tarnagulla Resilience Action Plan. Over to you, Linda.
Thank you, Dudley. I believe there's a video that will be played, and then I will speak to our project.
And there it is.
Tarnagulla is a small town on Jar Jar Wurrung country in central Victoria. In the 1800s, Gold was discovered here, and upwards of 20,000 people flocked to the region with the hope of striking it rich. Today, the town's population has dwindled to only 133 residents with a median age of 61 years and is surrounded by box iron bark forests. We see the remnants of the glorious past in the infrastructure that remains, but a declining population, deteriorating buildings, low economic prospects, and climate risks make the future look bleak. In Australia, up to 1,700 other small towns like Tarnagulla are experiencing similar effects. A group of locals formed to research a way to make our town more resilient to current and future challenges. In 2017, we were awarded a Climate Change Innovation Grant through DELP and the Victorian State Government. We employed the services of Dr. Mittal Vahanvati from RMIT's Centre for Urban Research to help us create a resilience action plan for the town. The whole town was invited to add their voice through a series of workshops and events to look at the strengths and assets, challenges we may face, find solutions and actions through our active capacity as a small town. We decided on a 5-point plan through a citizens' jury. 1. To facelift Tarnagulla. 2. To boost the economy. 3. To establish reliable sources of energy. 4. To strengthen our community spirit. And 5. To improve access to health services and public transport. Our Resilience Action Plan has been produced and hard copies will be distributed to all residents in Tarnagulla. The Tarnagulla community of the future will be different, and together we will work towards developing and sustaining a thriving town. We will have a strong social culture built on a diverse and connected population representing and welcoming peoples of all ages, status, ethnicities and interests. We will have a beautiful town with a sustainable economy built on local agriculture, businesses, clubs, organisations and tourism. To be resilient, we will have developed the necessary capabilities to confidently address our future.
I'm delighted to be here today to talk with you. I'm sorry, my video has been stopped by somebody. Yeah, delighted to be here today to talk with you about the Resilience Action Plan. Our aim was to find a way to ensure a vibrant future for Tarnagulla and to try to be proactive rather than reactive to challenges that might come our way due to climate change. We wanted to be aware of the types of challenges we might face, and it was important to not only understand our strengths, but our weaknesses for the purposes of looking for solutions to address them. By understanding the history of Tarnagulla and past times of community strength, and also any events that impacted negatively on the community's resilience, we could understand the types of actions that we could take to influence our position of strength and community connection. Next slide, please. We undertook a lot of activities throughout our project. Our 7 workshops investigated the areas of our existing strengths and assets, our challenges, solutions and actions, and we included a citizen jury workshop. We used many different methods of engagement in an attempt to attract as many varied participants as possible. We held a movie night, a high tea complete with a harpist, a barbecue, and we always included food at our workshops. Through previous community work that our project leadership team had done, we were aware that food and the opportunity for social connection was a really good way to draw the community. Next slide, please. So the best outcome is that we produced a hard copy of our resilience action plan, and that went out to all of our community members. We were delighted with our end result of 5 priority actions as decided by the community as our most important areas to address. The incidental outcomes were also important. Simply by providing an opportunity for people to discuss our current situation and consider future possibilities, people became excited about our future. Many small changes occurred within the town. While these were not as a direct result of our project, we believe that people changed their levels of optimism, and events and interest workshops started springing up. Unfortunately, the momentum halted at the beginning of the pandemic and hasn't revived yet. Next slide, please. I believe that finding the right researcher, and therefore the fact that we had funding, were critical to our success. Our researcher, Dr. Mittal Vahanvati, has a strong interest in sustainable development, and she understood and supported the community-led process. Next slide, please. Our project was definitely community-led. We had 8 members in the project leadership team with varied levels of skills. We worked alongside Dr. Mittal Vahanvati and the DELP and Community Partnerships team, who were tasked with overseeing the grants projects, were incredibly supportive and felt more like partners. Our project leadership team was a mixed bag of people. We had someone with emergency management leadership experience, our school principal, CFA captain, a working parent, a stay-at-home parent, a carer, and our postmaster. Some members produced flyers, others managed social media. Many of us baked delicious treats to entice the community, and most of us pitched in to deliver our events and workshops. Next slide, please. We were very proud and excited to complete our project. I will admit the project leadership team were pretty tired at the end of the process, and we were looking forward to a relevant community group picking up our plan and putting some of the actions into motion. Unfortunately, the pandemic had begun before the end of the process, and ironically, we had not investigated a scenario of a pandemic complete with lockdowns during our project. Our community have struggled to keep up with normal events such as committee meetings throughout the last couple of years. Many people in our community aren't able to use email, let alone meet via Zoom. With the recent relaxing of restrictions, it's looking likely that many of our committees will soon be able to resume. So I'm hopeful that we're going to see the Resilience Action Plan come to life. We believe it would be useful for us to be able to access further funding, not only to implement some of those actions, but to engage somebody to help us through the process, and also to measure our success. It's our hope that our study could be a guide to other communities to put similar projects into place. Back to you, Dudley. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation, Linda, on on the project that is working so successfully for you guys. Our next speaker is going to present an outline of the project that has been working for them in Kangaroo Island. So I throw now to Sabrina Sabrina, sorry.
Thank you, Dudley. I'm delighted to be on board today. I'm going to be sharing my screen. Okay. So the project that I started and that I'm presenting today is called Humans of Kangaroo Island. After the Black Summer fires and us as a family personally affected, we had to relocate 100 kilometres away into a new community, still on the island, but a long way away from our farm. The children and me were living in temporary accommodation for 1 year next to people we had never met before, and many that we knew but didn't really know very well. I felt very lonely and misplaced, and I was missing our Western community on the island. So I decided that it would be great if we could connect in a different way. When COVID suddenly rolled in, it actually created a bigger gap in our community, and we were all left in our own little rebuilt isolation bubbles. I was still able to meet with people one-on-one, so I decided to catch up with people in my new neighbourhood and just have a chat with them over a cuppa. That's how the project started. I quickly realised that the stories that I was being told were beautiful, and I felt the need to share them with everyone else as I had wanted to know how everyone was going whilst being really busy rebuilding. So I started the project Humans of Kangaroo Island by myself in August 2020, a few months after the fires. And the aim of the project was to connect our community, to uplift them with the stories, and to hopefully inspire them. The page started off as a social media project and later on became a website as well. The page gained a lot of followers in a very short time. We have a population of 4,500 people on the island, and we have over 2,500 followers. As there's a lot of young, 16% children on the island and a lot of oldies that have no access to the internet. I think that the participation rate on the page was really great, and I had a lot of positive feedback. So I kept meeting with people and sharing their stories, many of whom shared with me the highs and lows of their life before, during and after the fires and through the pandemic. We had some really beautiful feedback and have made many connections and have been able to get help for some of the people that have shared their stories. Because the stories were so successful, I decided that with a group of volunteers that supported me, we wanted to raise some funds. So in November 2020, I decided to tell the stories of 10 farm firefighters, people that put their lives on hold and at risk every summer for their community, no matter if it's for their family, strangers, or other neighbours and community members. They go out and protect lives, assets, livestock. And all these people, and many of them on the Western End, the farmers had to re-equip themselves with protective clothing and safety equipment. And as I personally knew and had experienced at the time, financial hardship was something we were all experiencing, and my husband was one of the farm firefighters that had to be re-equipped. As I looked into the cost of the equipment, I realised that this was a very large scale and a big fund that was required. So I went out and told the stories of the farm firefighters and ran a fundraiser alongside it. The goal was to re-equip 100 farm firefighters with PPE kits, which included fireproof jackets, pants, gloves, masks, and goggles, as you can see in the pictures. In a time frame of 2 months, we were very positively surprised and raised over $60,000. We ended up being able to equip over 225 local farm firefighters, also handed out dozens of UHF radios to keep communication up for future fires. And we also purchased 6 quick fill pumps, as on the picture below, that have been strategically placed in the hands of farm caretakers, people that are in separate and different places, farms around the island, and can be called if there is a fire nearby, and they will come and help these quick fill pumps make a fire situation a lot easier to navigate. So this is to prepare us for future disaster. Because the page had such a huge following, we decided that it would be really great to meet in person as well once we were allowed to again and COVID restriction had eased. So the Humans of Kangaroo Island Film and Literature Festival was born. With a great group of volunteers, I again set out, received some grant funding and invited Kangaroo Island locals and any visitors to the island from inter and intrastate that was able to come over to join us on a 3-day event in October this month, just gone in 2021. We were giving locals a stage to showcase the projects that they had done throughout the fires, after the fires, and through the pandemic, which included poetry, book readings, short film presentations, and documentary films. One of which was one I had created in the year before, telling the stories of local farmers and their rebuild process and recovery. The event was a great success, and we raised over $5,000 for our local childcare centre. This next project, which has just been released yesterday, was the book of the stories. We received some grant funding through the Community Enterprise Foundation at the start of the year to tell some of the stories in a book format. The 78-page glossy hardcover coffee table book was published yesterday and includes many stories of farm firefighters, our local elders, doctors, students, school children, and many others sharing what life has been like for them during the fires and even afterwards, and what it was like to live up on, to grow up on the island. It is a collection of stories with great backgrounds, diversity of culture, history, and identity. And it is also a fundraising book. The proceeds of this book will go towards purchasing new play equipment and a playground for a fire-devastated sports club on the western end of the island. The book has already sold, by the time we had our release date, over 288 copies, and we're very proud of this project and hope to raise many funds. The key outcomes for Humans of Kangaroo Island has been raising over $62,000 for local farm firefighters, equipping them with PPEs, handing out the UHFs, purchasing the quick fill pumps, handing out first aid kits and woolen blankets to 300 further FFUs, farm firefighting units, which we are doing at the end of November. So I purchased 150 kits. We had over 250 people attending the festival to connect our community with people from other communities on the mainland. We showcased project developed during bushfire recovery. We gave people a voice through that event. We raised over $5,000 for the local childcare centre, and we published the glossy coffee table book to raise more funds. The key success factors for the project was connection. I think we all were craving it. We were all needing it. We were all misplaced, and we needed some real stories. A big success factor in this was the authenticity of the project. I am all about being real, and everyone has been very honest and brave sharing their stories with me and letting me publish them. It is a safe place to share. We meet one-on-one, and we only share what people sign off later. So even if we talk about something that they later on want to keep to themselves, that's completely fine. So everyone knows that this is a safe place to share. The page has created a sense of togetherness, culture, and community, and also great pride in our community. The project was absolutely community-led. It was started by me. I'm a fire-affected resident myself, and found the need of connection to be very great in our community. The project is entirely run by me. I am supported, though, by many volunteers and friends. I have had many other groups jump on board to give me additional support for the life events and the product development. And some of them were Junction, Country, PHN, Austrade, Red Cross, and local businesses and the council. Here are my contact details, but I think these will be shared through the workshop. Thanks very much, and back to you, Dudley.
Thanks very much, Sabrina. And yes, Sabrina's contact details and those of all of our speakers are available to you in the workbook. And all of them have said at various times they'd be only too pleased for us to contact them after the forum to advance that networking and sharing policy that we're also very keen on. So, pardon me, our third presenter in this segment is Rhonda Ayliffe, and she's going to talk about the Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre. Over to you, Rhonda.
Hi there. I'm not sure if you can see me, and I can hear there's music in the background of my slideshow. I'd like to thank you for that introduction, and I would like to start by acknowledging the land on which the Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre projects are sited. Cobargo sits on Yuin country, and I pay my respects to Yuin elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to all Indigenous people who are with us today at this forum. I'm going to be using notes because this can be difficult to get through. Cobargo is on the far south coast of New South Wales and has a population of just under 800, or around 2,000 if you count the surrounding district, and trust me, we do. This is Cobargo. This is the view as you drive into the main street of town from the south. See the building with the 2 stories with the green and cream awning? That was my grandparents' home from the 1940s to the 1980s. Next door to it with the green and cream facade, that was their general store from the 1940s to the 1970s. And then it was my father's motorcycle business, and then it was my studio gallery. This little building, which has been in my family for almost 8 decades and has been home to 3 generations and 3 iterations of family businesses. And I'm going to prepare you for the next slide. If you go to it, please. This is our main street on New Year's Eve 2019. And it's important I share this. And it's difficult to look at. I'm not going to dwell on the events of the firestorm, but I will note that the Badger Forest Road fire was a disaster of apocalyptic scale, and it isn't easily expressed in mere facts and figures. We lost more than the almost 300 homes and 300,000 hectares that were consumed on this one fire. We lost family and friends, and we lost a very big part of ourselves, and that is the hardest thing to recover. The carnage of fire-damaged sites remained largely uncleared for many months, as you can see from this next slide. And this site was impossible to avoid or ignore. This destroyed portion of our village represents 30% of total Main Street businesses and a whopping 50% of businesses focused on tourism. And it is from these ashes that many plans began to emerge for recovery, rebuilding, and renewal of our community. By the time the site was cleared of ash and rubble and asbestos and ruin, as you can see in this next slide, one idea had already begun to capture the imagination of the town and beyond. Where our families shop and what was once my grandparents' home had once stood, we would construct Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre. Why here? Because my family had decided we would donate our land to the community to make it happen. And that single action changed everything. It gave our community something solid to plant the seeds of our recovery dreams. That action had a cascading effect in our community. That is the context and background of the Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre that I'll now speak to. You can bring up the next slide. The Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre was established as a not-for-profit organisation whose aim is to commemorate the events of the Badger Forest Road fire and aftermath, while supporting the physical, social and economic recovery of the region. With those aims in mind, we knew a few things that the centre needed to do and to be. Obviously, we needed to replace lost infrastructure. You can see from this green section from the bird's eye view what's missing in our town. The Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre believed that we could lead the recovery of the streetscape, and in that way we could give confidence to others to move forward. We understood that in doing this we would assist individual and community recovery. We wanted the Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre to be community owned, community operated and controlled. This is the basis of community-led recovery, community-driven recovery. We want it to be a site for commemoration of lives lost, but we also wanted it to be more than just a memorial. We needed this to be a place to share lessons learned in the way, and in that way we can look to the future. The Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre we envisaged would be a new type of cultural entity, unlike anything currently in existence. Not a museum or a gallery or a memorial or an entertainment centre or an educational institution as such. The centre would include those functions, but it would be and do more than any one of those single things. The Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre moved forward simultaneously with two significant projects: construction of the centre and creation of the Badger Forest Road Oral History Project. And I'm loving that out next door, I've got a big wind blower going. I'm going to switch my focus very simultaneously, just for this moment, to the second project before I return to talk of buildings, because a building is just an empty shell if it doesn't have a focus and a function. So if you bring up the next slide, and I'll talk over the top of the blower. The Cobargo community is very aware that our story of fire and recovery experiences is very important because it has many unique features. We, the Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre, knew that it was imperative that the rich individual accounts were recorded for posterity. Fortunately, we were able to convince the National Library of Australia, who are world leaders in oral history collection, to come on board as partners. The Badger Forest Road Fire Oral History Project has three parts: the creation of an archive of 60 oral history accounts that will be collected and maintained in perpetuity by the National Library of Australia. This archive will be globally accessible. We're also establishing a local oral history group to continue the collection of stories from our region, and that way we can ensure that no voices are excluded. We are creating supporting audio-visual content to provide context for these accounts. This project, valued at just under $500,000, is jointly funded by the National Library of Australia and our successful application to the VCRRF. The Badger Forest Road Fire Oral History Project was due to commence in July, but was delayed by COVID. We are now aiming to commence before the end of this year, and it's due for completion in June 2023. And speaking of June 2023, we're going to have a busy time because this is also the date set for completion of the construction of the Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre structure. And I imagine you're all keen to catch a glimpse of what is planned. If you'd like to bring up the next slide. This is the initial concept drawing by project architects Tact Studios. Tucked behind this facade will be a discrete exhibition display space, a commemorative courtyard, which is planned to be a quiet contemplative area, a state-of-the-art theatrette, which promises to be the jewel in the crown of our building. It's quite unique and there's nothing like it in our area at all. There'll be a small retail area, a cafe food space, and external gathering areas. Resilience and sustainability are being incorporated into the very fabric of the building through the choice of materials and auxiliary features, such as on-site water tanks and sprinklers for firefighting and passive cooling, so that the building can be used as a cool refuge for village residents in the event of future heat waves. We are now moving forward to finalising designs and floor plan of this building. And here in this next slide is a rendered image of the centre as it will appear on the main street. In July this year, the Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre was informed that our application to the BLERF, that is the Bushfire Local Economic Recovery Fund, was successful. We are to receive $4.8 million to construct our centre. With both our BCRRF and BLERF applications, we were assisted by Australian business volunteers. And without their assistance, I doubt I would be here speaking about the commencement of two very important recovery projects. The Australian business volunteers also provided assistance to numerous other local initiatives, and I'm pleased to let you know that as a result of our town's community-led recovery efforts, we have focused on the development of parallel and complementary projects. A further $9 million was secured from the BLERF to rebuild all of our destroyed Main Street. We'll bring up the last slide as I get to tell you community-led recovery is not easy. Recovery is long, hard, thankless slog. It just is. You cannot please all of the community all of the time. If you are working in this space, you need to develop or have already very quickly, you need that thick skin. And it can't be so thick that you are unable to see and hear the voices of your community. Successful community-led recovery is about respectful listening. It's putting aside personal egos. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and you need to work very, very hard. Be very pragmatic, very, very, very determined. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. I hope I didn't go over time. It's been greatly appreciated that you've allowed me to be here. So it's back to you, Dudley.
Rhonda, let me assure you, you didn't go over time, or you wouldn't still be talking to us. Talk about tough guy. Look, thanks very much for your presentation, and thanks to all three of our presenters for what could only be described as inspiring stories. And if everybody else is like me, creating a feeling of inadequacy in my own personal capabilities to do the sorts of stuff that you and your communities have been able to do as you've shared with us with your presentations. We have some time now before we go for a break for people to ask questions or to make comments or to describe their reactions to any or all of those presentations that we've just had. Again, we'll go to the Q&A questions that you've recorded, but I again take my opportunity, because I've got the speaker on, to ask the first question, and to all three of you to ask you to respond to, in a practical sense, could you just help us understand what triggered you to decide to get the community together? Lots of people go through lots of traumatic events and they don't get the community together and come up with the brilliant projects that you've done. What actually triggered you to get the community together, and what was the process that you went through to get those leaders together to help you and to carry on the project? Maybe I could start with you, Linda. What was your trigger?
Dudley, I used to live in Tallarook, and I was there during the 2009 bushfires. I certainly knew a lot of people who were impacted by the fires, and I completed the Rivers and Ranges Community Leadership Program. And there was a lot of work done around emergency management. I have a real passion for it, and I've always wanted to try and do something prior to a bushfire or any emergency event, to try and make ourselves resilient prior to an event rather than afterwards. I really believe in the strength of community, and if we work together, you know, who knows what we can get done.
Thanks for that, Sabrina. What triggered you?
Thanks, Dudley. I think mine was due to the personal experience and losing a house and livelihood and the farm. It was really just followed by gut instinct. I personally felt the need to talking to people. I wanted to see how everyone was going, and I also had a need to not talk about fires so much anymore, like me talking about fires. I wanted to hear other people's perspectives. I wanted to hear what they had gone through in their lives. I wanted to know how everyone was traveling, and I knew there was a lot of anxiety in the community, and it was really important to me to discuss that, to share stories, and to maybe lighten the load that way. By sharing and by sitting together, I thought, you know, it would all make us feel better. It was as simple as that. And it was a big part of my personal mental recovery, and it's become a big part of everyone else's. And coming together at the event just in October showed that we all had a big need of being together and sharing and having a stage where we allowed people to come up on the microphone and read out their poems and read out the books that they had written and share their films was definitely proving that there was a really great need to talk still after all the stories I had already written, and there is still more to come.
Thanks for that. Rhonda?
I think apart from the story I've just told, I'm only one person in my community. I'm certainly not the sole person. I would say our experience in Cobargo very much is what Bryony spoke of, that it is female-led. I'm one of many females in particular from my community who have many huge projects and do tremendous work daily. I'm just talking about one project, but within my community, we have Zena Armstrong and her microgrid project, which is coming up as well. We have all the rest of the main street being led by Shona Taranto. We have the Relief Centre with Danielle and Chris, wonderful women in our community doing incredible things.
Thanks, thanks for that. And I'm prompted by your the way you express your story, and also by a question from Linda Wilton that I would ask all three of you. How do you go about being careful to introduce some sort of strategy to get around re-traumatization of yourself for a start, but also for the people who you're working with in your community? Rhonda, now your mic's still open. How would you like to start off with that?
I think it's a very difficult thing. At the moment, there are a lot of television programs even coming out that come from our experiences. There are a lot of books that you'll see people from my community in. In some respects, it's very hard to avoid when that happens. One of the things that we've been really wanting to do with the Cobargo Bushfire Resilience Centre is to take more of a, to bring that back into control of us and to not have our story told by others on our behalf. So that's probably the best way I could say to be able to try to deal with re-traumatising, is to bring back that control back to your community. Back to you, Dudley.
Thanks. And Sabrina?
Yes, I have to wholeheartedly agree with Rhonda there. That was exactly the same approach that we took. It was important to us, and that is why it's the humans of Kangaroo Island. It is not just me. There's a big community of 4,500 residents, and no matter if you've lost a house or you just had to evacuate and came back to a house, we are all affected, and we are all affected in some way. And for us, it showed at the event that, and it was really important to us at the event too, that everyone could share what they were willing to share. Everyone could share as much as they wanted to, as deep as they wanted to go. And everything was led and created by the community. We were aware that some of the people in the audience obviously might be triggered. And that was something I was extremely concerned about for a long time, and I asked our mental health team, who were wonderful, to come along for the 3 days and be there. I always announced it before every project that we showcased, that there was someone there that they could talk to. Even if they come to me, you know, I can point them in the right directions. We had all the paperwork and the phone numbers there. We had the people there. It was really important to know that we are there for each other. We're catching each other if we're falling. And but the stories we were telling, and some of the films, one of them was one I personally created with a local film team, was a film created about 11 people that were severely affected during the fires, and those stories were told by them with what they were willing to share and what they were willing to recap. And I think it was really amazing to the audience to relive it through their eyes and get the scope of their experience. And it would have been triggering for some, but it was also it was a great showcase of pride in our community. So many so proud of how they're going in their recovery. And I think that was the overall voice. And afterwards, it was less triggering and more pride.
Thanks, Sabrina. Linda?
Probably doesn't apply to us quite as much. And I think that is one of the benefits of doing some work around building resilience prior to an event. We're not really working in an area. I've since moved, since I lived at Tallarook, now at Tarnagulla, and not having been through a major event, I guess we didn't even really consider that aspect of it. And hopefully, you know, coming from a place where we already are resilient, we can then work out how we could better recover after an event, which is probably a bit easier, I guess, than, you know, having gone through the trauma.
Yeah, so I think that's a great insight, and it prompted in my mind a question that has been asked on the Q&A, and I would ask Rhonda and Sabrina to respond to the point that you make. How do we go about achieving the sort of results that Rhonda, you and Sabrina have outlined before the fires or without having to go through a disaster? Any silver bullets that you can suggest that we do without having to go through that trauma? Rhonda?
I think in the case of Cobargo, one of the things that I trust will be captured, particularly when we do some of the oral history project with the National Library of Australia, is that unlike a lot of other communities, we actually did have a tremendous amount of community cohesion and resilience coming into this. It's not going to stop the flames, however. It's not going to stop things occurring. You can't stop a cyclone by just being resilient. You can't stop a flood by standing there and being resilient. But being resilient means that you can respond to it afterwards. And I would say from my community, we were able to do that. And that is the reason why we have a relief centre that is still operating today, because we set it in motion immediately, because we had that strong community cohesion, because we had so many organisations that were already in existence that could be thrown into action immediately. That was our story.
Thanks.
Dudley.
Sabrina?
I agree again with Rhonda. I think community cohesion is really, really important. I also believe that for us, it was the culture in our community. It was knowing that we can, lean on each other. We can support each other. There's many community leaders in this area and many people who are willing to step up when needed. And I think we always knew that. We're a very hardworking, resilient, but very positive crowd. And I think that the culture here of helping each other, volunteering all the time and having this connection ongoingly, I think that was really important. And that is why we probably recovered, I would say, really quickly. I think in our community, culture was really, really big, and it gave people great confidence as well. They knew that they would be supported if they step up and do a project. They wouldn't be left alone doing it. There would be others there backing them up. And they know now that with what we have done now, if something else happens, let's say the fundraiser with the PPEs and the pumps and anything else other people have done is all to prepare us again for another disaster. And we know that we can pull through this because we are confident now. We have got this because of this great culture in our community.
Great. And the optimism comes through, Sabrina, I'd have to say. Joe Brown has asked a question about capturing stories. Joe, are you there? Would you like to ask your question of the panel? Come in, Joe. Joe can't be with us today, but the question that she posted was, have you got any suggestions about how you actually go about capturing those stories? Any hints about how to get people to share their stories?
Sorry, it's Joe here. I am here now. Sorry,
thanks.
I didn't realise I could unmute. Thanks, Dudley, for asking that.
Thanks, Joe.
Look, I just am fascinated with the power of stories, and Dudley's already asked the question, but and how to capture them well in the community and know how to share them. I know Brian before suggested that people who've experienced disaster have, are more resilient than those who maybe are not. So how do we share those stories across? So I just want your tips around the power of collecting and sharing the stories. Like, what are your tips for collecting the right stories and sharing them? Thanks.
Linda, would you like to start?
Look, it's been amazing to be here and listen to Sabrina and Rhonda talking about their experiences. I know I have a book here on my bookshelves of some stories that were written around the Black Saturday bushfires, what people had gone through. Was amazingly different for many different people. Some of those people in that book were very close friends of mine. Even just being on the periphery of an event like that, you feel impacted just by seeing the fallout after an event like this. But I think those stories, I think it was very brave of people to share those stories. And I think those stories share so much detail that other people can learn from as they read through what happened to other people, to look at the different scenarios and how different they can be and the different actions that were taken. Thank you.
Sabrina?
Great question. I think for me, it always comes back to creating a safe space. I think that's the very first thing for me. I contact people, and this is just my process and how I do it. And I don't just bail them up in the main street. I do it in a safe way where I also acknowledge that they can say no, and it's absolutely not a must do. And if they would like to be part of it, that they are in full control at all times, that I will never ever publish anything without their consent, and that we will meet wherever they are comfortable, where they would like to meet, and that we are only talking about that they're happy to share. And then once we have collected the story, we will then actually give them the opportunity to look over their story again, written down, and then edit their story if needed, to take things out or make a decision. Even if they suddenly change their mind and they don't want to do it anymore, we want them to feel happy and proud of what they're sharing, and we want them to be confident with what's going out and comfortable, most of all. And so for me, I think the safe place is the most important thing, no matter in how we're collecting them. We have also looked into doing a memorial as well on the island, and which would be including stories, and for that too, it's about the people that put their hands up, and if we feel that there would be some other great stories that could be shared, it again comes down to the safe space where we would connect with people one-on-one, sitting down with them and seeing, are you feeling comfortable putting this on a public display? Because I think everyone understands through this project that whatever they're sharing, hopefully will in one way or another affect one other person, and that is great. If you can reach one person and inspire one other person and help someone maybe through their recovery or through something they might go through in the future, that's all we want. That's what we're hoping for.
Great. And Rhonda?
I'm inspired by Sabrina's tips there, because their project is, from their community-led part, is further along the line than where we're at. And that's exactly the sort of thing that we're hoping to put in place. It's very much about being respectful of individuals in your community and being mindful of what they want to achieve from it, what they want to say and what they don't want to say. They don't want to have a microphone thrust underneath their nose, that we do know. So I think I'm very fortunate in that we can be a little bit distanced from it, because the National Library of Australia will take that process forward for us, and they will have in place the framework that we don't have to do the sort of work that Sabrina's had to do in her community. To be quite honest, that would just be daunting for me at this particular point. So that's going to be our approach, is to use the National Library of Australia and their resources to be able to maintain that sort of respectful space for people and that sort of confidence in the process for them. Thanks, Dudley.
Thank you. Tricia Hazelegger has, I hope I got that right, Tricia, has raised a point that in fact Rhonda mentioned before, and I mentioned right at the start when I said that 2/3 of our audience today are female. Rhonda mentioned that women play a disproportionate role in these activities. Tricia, did you want to ask a question along those lines? Like with Joe, I sometimes feel I'm throwing a baited hook out into trying to catch a fish. Hi, Tricia, go on.
Hi, thanks for the fantastic community stories, everyone. There's really so much to learn from what you've said. For me, I guess some of the female leadership, we hear stories about that, and the language you're using of respectful listening and also leaving egos at the door. I wonder if there's some connections with that, or whether you've found that there's particular things that reach out to women or men or young people or older people in particular ways. How have you kind of managed to reach across the whole community with your brand of leadership?
Rhonda, do you want to start?
Oh, I think I don't know that it's a particularly female thing, because that would mean then that only women would be able to do this, and I just don't. I don't want to believe that anyway, because there are many beautifully respectful, wonderful leaders who aren't women. I think it has more to do with the sort of organisations that were in place in our town and who were leaders of that at the time, and the fact that in country communities like ours, women are often parts of lots of social groups that come forward, and I suspect that that is where that's come from. I really wouldn't put myself forward as one of those wonderful leaders. I do look at all the other women in my community and feel very humbled by their leadership. Thanks, Dudley.
Thanks. Linda?
I was very careful when I began the process of starting this project to not be the leader. Our group consisted of pretty much the same amount of men as women, and we very much worked as a team. So I think the men were as involved as the women throughout this, because it was encouraged to be like that, because it was encouraged right from the start that it would be the whole project leadership team working as a team, and nobody, I don't know that people in the community would know who led the project, to be honest, because it was about the whole community. It wasn't about any one person or even about us as leaders. So, but yeah, we found the men were just as involved as the women.
Sabrina?
Yeah, I have to agree with that too. I mean, just because I'm the one presenting here is not reflective of how many people have helped with this project, especially. I have found that a lot of the men in our community, and that might be due to a large majority of a farming background, have just rolled up their sleeves and they've gone on to physical work. And so I think the women in this case tend to put their heads together and try to come up with ideas that will, might use your creativity or our financial knowledge or whatever else we can get together and come up with projects like that. Not to say though that the men who are cleaning up physically and driving around in their bulldozers and whatever else they're doing are not part of the project. So they have obviously shared their stories. They have helped me pack PPE kits. They have helped me organize it. They have helped run auctions for the fundraisers. And so we have many men in our community that have stepped up and taken on a great lead. And we have had everyone involved from a very young age to, people in our retirement village that have become part of this. And I think that's, for me too, why it was really important at the event that we've just had recently in October, that I rolled out a red carpet. And some people asked me why I did that. And I said, it's because I wanted everyone that arrived, no matter if they were audience or presenters, to feel like a star, because they all were. It was anyone who came along that was contributing, and everyone had done so much in the last, 18 months. So I think, and like I just said, there was anyone there from any age group, any cultural background, and it was fantastic to get together.
Great, thanks very much. And thanks very much to all three of you for, first of all, your storytelling and your description of the so successful programs that you are running, and also for the way in which you've answered the questions that we've all thrown at you at the time. So thanks very much to the three of you. Thanks very much also to the other people and organisations who submitted expressions of interest for this session. There's another dozen or so of them, and their stories are all in the workbook. So I urge everyone to have a look at them, and they're all just as positive and exciting as the three that we've heard today. Thanks once again to our three speakers. It's now 10:31. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. At 10:41 Australian Eastern Daylight Time, we'll start again with the next session. Please take a break and we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done. Breathe in the air, set your intentions, dream with care. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon, a brand new sun. Follow the sun, the direction of the birds, the direction of love. Breathe in the air, cherish this moment, cherish this breath. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon, a brand new sun. When you feel life coming down on you like a heavy weight, when you feel this crazy society adding to the strain, take a stroll to the nearest water's edge. Remember your place. Many moons have risen and fallen long before you came. So which way is the wind blowing? And what does your heart say? Follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done. We We saw the colors shining from that little treehouse window. The morning light would rise above the golden hills and meadows, and all the birds sang songs around the place we called home. We never thought the wind would blow cold. The summer sun would shine upon that house among the treetops. We felt the warmth within the wind and never thought the leaves would drop. When they fell, you felt the cold and closed the doors to hide your heart. You know it can't keep beating in the dark. Ooh. Lift up your head, break down the walls. Don't stop pushing till they fall. Ooh. At first the sun might hurt your eyes, but soon you'll see the beauty in the light. Remember how the winter ends, ice turns to flowing water, and all the leaves come out again, long nights start getting shorter. You see there's always some way back, don't close the doors to hide your heart. You know it can't keep beating in the dark. Ooh. Lift up your head, break down the walls. Ooh. Don't stop pushing till they fall. Ooh. At first the sun might hurt your eyes, but soon you'll see the beauty in the light. It shines upon the hills and valleys. It illuminates the path through pine trees, reflecting all the light that's free to find in this life. Non-stop you from trying to lose the love, to find your silver lining. You left my side, 'cause mother let you run and hide, and even from afar I hear you crying. Let me out of this cage before I swell up with rage. Let me sing to old age before I'm done. Let me shout to the skies that I'm too young to die, and that fate will never stop me from trying. finally found the dream and lived those ties unbound. A quest for peace that a hopeless search for sweet release. You found your feet, but now they only run to meet a hope that's hanging loosely was your cry.
Welcome back, everybody.
Let me out.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll start our next session right on time, I hope. I hope everybody synchronized their watches. Our next session is continuing our theme of community networks and community engagement. We've titled it The Value of Community Networks. To do that, we've got an interactive panel discussion. And I'd like to welcome and ask them to turn their microphones and cameras on. I'd like to welcome Bridget Tian, Max Garner, Lisa Jackson, and Emma Gale and Sarah Dickinson to our forum. And these famous people aren't going to give presentations per se. We'll have them participate in a discussion about their community networks and their value. But we would begin with giving the opportunity for each of them to take a 2-minute summary of how they see the value of their community networks or community networks in general. So Bridget, could you kick us off, please? You're still muted. You're still muted, so we can't hear you.
Wonderful. Here I am. You'd think I'd have learned by now. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dudley, and thank you to the forum organisers for allowing me to come along today. I've really enjoyed the discussion so far this morning, and in particular the presentations by those really brave and inspiring community leaders. I think we have so much to learn from them, and we need to be hearing a lot more from people like them with that lived experience and their insights. So my name is Bridget Tian, for those of you that don't know me. I work at the Victorian Council of Social Service, focusing on emergency management and disaster resilience. I'm also here wearing another hat today, which is as a co-founder of the Collaborative for Community-Led Resilience, which is a new initiative, a cross-sector partnership designed to, I guess, have a collective impact in Victoria to bring together partners from a range of communities, community sector, philanthropic, government, and universities to connect, nurture, and establish community-led movements focused on resilience. So that's me and why I'm here today, and I'm really excited to hear what others have to say.
Thanks, Bridget. Max from Bushfire Resilience Incorporated.
Thanks, Dudley. It's November 2019. Queensland and New South Wales are on fire. I hear a media broadcast that says that 30% of the people are underinsured and 30% have no insurance. So I join up with a CFA person and we propose a community meeting in the Shire of Nillumbik, where we live, a little tiny place called Panton Hill, to have a community meeting to talk about bushfire insurance and a bunch of other things. It's all set up for late March 2020. COVID arrives, kills the meeting. By August, we realise we're never going to have a community meeting in Melbourne for the rest of 2020. So we decide to produce webinars. We'd never produced a webinar in our life. We put on 5 webinars. We chose to put on them 1 a week. Crazy, really, but we had a tremendous response to these webinars, and so we put on another series of 5 webinars this year. So what is the value to the community of these? Well, with sharing a lot of information, and soon on our websites we'll be producing so everybody can see what other people have commented about our webinars. So we engage the best presenters in the country to talk about topics we nominate, and generally they're topics that others don't talk about. Thanks, Dudley.
Thanks, Max. Lisa Jackson from representing the Australasian Women in Emergency Management. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Dudley. Hi, all. So yeah, I'm Lisa Marie Jackson. I've been in the emergency management sector since 2009 and been a committee member with the Australasian Women in Emergencies Network since it was launched in 2018. So our network promotes, supports and recognises the contributions of women in emergency management and disaster resilience across Australasia. We actually started focused just on Australia, but pretty quickly we realised that we needed to include our cousins across the ditch, and that's obviously close to my heart as well, being a Kiwi. And we've also been getting a lot of interest from international as well, so that's why our name's now Australasian. So yeah, thanks for having me.
And welcome. And finally, Emma and Sarah from Our Town Commune. What did I say? Come
Our Town Commons.
Yeah, sorry. It's just my funny way of talking.
Oh, good. Hi, everyone. My name's Emma. And yeah, we're here to talk about an initiative that begun for us here in Commons. Sarah and I are both regular community members. No fancy degrees or anything here. We're just regular people who are working in mental health in our community in the aspect of being community-led to try and see a change in prevention around how we look at mental health in Commons. And our role here is to talk about our town as a network. So for us, probably to begin with, the value of the Our Town network is so that we don't feel alone in this issue, and so that we have other people that we can share what's going on in our community and bounce off of each other when things are difficult. Others might have some areas that they've done before that we can learn from. Sarah, do you have anything you wanted to add? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. So it's all community-led initiatives, and we're supported by the Australian Centre of Social Innovation. So we spent a whole year last year in what was called Discovery, where we involved community members with a background of lived experience of crisis or distress. So we brought their voices to the forefront. And our team that led the initiative, we all come from a background of lived experience as well. So that's really been quite important. And there's, as Emma said about the networks, there's 6 other communities across South Australia that are involved. And yeah, it's really important that we have that opportunity to bounce off each other. And there's an evaluation process that's been taken place, the whole initiative so far. So it's been almost 2 years. And yeah, we're really quite lucky with the support that we have behind us. It probably wouldn't have happened otherwise, because as Emma mentioned, we are community members with not much professional experience behind us. So we're all learning as we go, and it's quite exciting.
Thank you, Sarah, as are we all, still learning. So much to learn, so little time. Just to kick off the discussion, I guess I would ask each of you to talk about how your network was established. A couple of you have actually touched on that, but just share with us in case the rest of us want to kick off a network, or we've tried to get a network going and we've struggled. What tip would you give us and explain to us what made your successful network work? Can I maybe start with you, Bridget, just because your name comes first?
Absolutely. Thanks, Dudley. So look, I think for us it was a matter of a few like-minded people really that kept crossing paths and coming together. And in our discussions and in our work, which as our day-to-day work was focused on emergencies, disasters and resilience, we really recognised that there was a gap And so what we thought we would do was to take an opportunity to look at how we could fill that gap. And that was really the genesis, I think, of developing our network, of developing our collaboration, was the identification of something that didn't exist and what could we do then to affect that and make something happen. I think part of the success of the work that we've done to date is that we meet as equals and peers. There's no hierarchy whatsoever. It's very much around relationships and building relationships and trusted relationships. We know that we can pick up the phone to one another at any times, and we can ask the dumb questions, we can ask the tough questions, but we're all still sort of in it together. I think having a shared vision and a shared purpose that we're all working toward is something that's really important. Agreeing on how we work together. Are we going to be meeting weekly? Are we going to be meeting monthly? Is this an online forum? Is this something that needs a formal structure? Do we need some funding? Lots and lots of those sort of questions that you ask. And I think, importantly, to recognise that it can be messy at the outset. But that's actually okay. And if you can sit with that uncomfortableness around it being a bit messy and uncertain, over the longer term, you'll actually realise that you will have worked through a lot of the issues and problems that may appear further down the track, but you've already managed to address them.
Okay, thanks for that. Max?
Thanks, Dudley. I think ours was similar in a way, similarly focused people, all living in one of the highest fire risk places in the country. And like Linda, Sabrina and Rhonda have expressed and shown in the last few minutes, a passion for helping other people. So what we wanted to do was raise awareness of bushfire risks, provide information and enable people to take action. And in our second webinar in 2020, which was about hardening an existing house, and viewers were asked to submit details of actions they would take. Now, an amazing 92% of the viewers responded with their written actions. And so we realised that we're onto something now, okay? People like what we're doing. And we asked this year, if you watched last year and said you'd take action, how many, 95% told us that they had taken action. So we think this is a really good thing for the community.
Thanks for that. Lisa?
Thanks, Dudley. In terms of how the network was established, we do have 3 founding members who were together on the United Nations International Women's Day breakfast and just discussed, I guess, the gap we had in emergency management and disaster resilience generally around having a network for women to come together and share. And it's not necessarily just around people who work in the sector, it's also for those that are impacted by disasters or are passionate about disaster resilience and emergency management. So they identified there was a bit of a gap and saw that, you know, they were keen to come together and establish a network. And between March and October, they were able to pull together a structure to be able to launch the network. And we very quickly got quite a high number of members. I think, you know, within a couple of months, we were in the hundreds already, which was great and kind of showed us there was a gap and a demand there. In terms of why it's a success and hints and tips for others, 3 things come to mind for me, because we're still learning and evolving and growing as we go as well. But I think we've done a lot of listening to the network. So what do the people that have joined our network actually want and need and require from a support and a networking perspective? And so we have over the past couple of years established a monthly newsletter. So we always have that communication going out to the network. They understand what's going on across the sector. We have networking events as frequently as we can. Obviously COVID impacted that, but we did establish last year a conversation series. So we heard that the network was obvious, you know, people were struggling, we were in COVID, we were locked down, people weren't having that in real life connection. So we started an event series called the All Conversation. And every month on the 3rd Thursday, we have an online session where we have a woman from the sector who will talk about their experience
you know, in life and in general, and it's a chance for members to come in and have a conversation with that person and learn and connect with other members as well. And we've also now established a mentoring program and scholarships as well to connect members together. My second, I guess, learning around the success of the network is just don't be hard on yourself. I know that when the committee comes together, we can often be like, oh, we haven't done a lot this month, or we feel like, you know, we haven't done as much as what we'd like, but in reflection, we actually have done a lot when we, you know, sit down in December and reflect on the whole calendar year. So I think just don't be hard on yourself. Small steps are still a step forward. And the last thing that comes to mind is asking your own network for help. So we've recently put out a lot of advertisements and just, you know, I guess articles in our newsletter around things that we need done that we just as a committee don't have time to do. And the network are coming forward and volunteering to help us with different aspects of things that we need, whether it's, you know, something to do with social media or videos and things like that. So don't be afraid to ask your network and others for help as well. Thanks, Dudley.
Great, thanks, Lisa. Sarah, and I just give you a bit of a heads up. If you take too long in responding to this question, I'll be interrupting you right on the dot of 11 o'clock so that we can pay homage to Remembrance Day. But how and when and why did your network start? And
Sure. So I think it started with the Faith Fuller Foundation, who noticed that their numbers of mental health distress and crisis was only increasing and what we're doing wrong. So it went back to prevention rather than service delivery. And it was put to South Australia as a, Emma might be able to speak to this a little better, but it was an application process. It started off with 9 communities and then down to 6 communities. And so we spent the year discovering and learning from community before we were given 10-year funding for our initiative. So yeah, it was about listening to community members. It doesn't come down to us, it comes down to community and what they want and what works. So yeah, I don't know if you want to add to that, Emma.
I'm sure she does.
No, I'll just reinforce everything that Sarah said, was that there was a research paper that was done by the Faith Fuller Foundation, which is a philanthropic South Australian organisation. And it was around health in general across South Australia. And what they found out from that was that mental health in regional communities was really struggling, and that there was really high numbers in distress and crisis, like Sarah said, but with a real lack of services. So we decided, well, they decided to go to the communities and take a strengths-based approach and look at what's already happening in communities and what's working well, and how can you actually build on those things rather than try and wait for something that maybe is never going to come, and leave people feeling more distressed than they were to begin with. So basically they saw a gap in regional communities and what was happening, and yeah, just decided to do, instead of a top-down approach, look at it from a bottom-up, go to the people, and they put forward a grant round. And Cummins was really successful to get through, like Sarah said, from the original 26 applicants down to 9, then down to 6. And eventually one of the top 4, we were selected to go through for this 10 years of funding to support mental health in a preventative approach in our town.
Thanks, Emma. Perfect timing. As I mentioned before, we're going to just take a break and pay homage to or to have a pause for a minute to reflect on the sacrifices that have been made by our armed forces and others in defence of the freedoms that our communities enjoy, because today is Remembrance Day. Thank you. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Just before we go back to that discussion, just a couple of things I forgot to mention when I was saying that there are a number of expressions of interest that we weren't able to include in the program, but that are in your workbook. There's also a reference in that section to the Mudry Community Resilience Compendium, which lists a significant number of successful community resilience programs and offers people the opportunity to submit to that online resource. I also remind people, please continue to use your question and answer, the Q&A capability for questions to the panel. Also keep noting responses to the various speakers that we have in your workbook to add to its value as a reference today, tomorrow, next month, next year, who knows. So I'll continue the discussion with our panel in this session. Victoria, you gave me the sign that there are some questions. I can't access them because I'm a baby boomer. It must be because I can't do that. Did you want to point to the people who asked those questions?
Yep, I'll read this one out.
Thank you.
This is quite a good one. As Max, this comes from Dave Bushell. As Max mentioned, COVID has meant that technology plays a bigger part in all this than it might originally have pre-pandemic. Engaging with community stories, individuals in the community, and building networks, conducting evaluations is also very complex. So I'm interested in how you're tracking this, what mechanisms or platforms you're using to stay on top of it. 1 million Excel spreadsheets or something else?
There we go. Bridget, would you like to start? I keep doing you because you're first on the list that I've got, but there you go. You're still on mute.
That's the problem with my name starting with B and starting at the beginning of the alphabet. Is that right, Dudley?
Something like
that. Great question, and you're absolutely right. I think, technology has been, and the way we've embraced technology in the pandemic has provided us with amazing new opportunities to get together and to connect in all sorts of different ways. And rightly pointed out, there are new groups popping up all the time. In terms of tracking them, no, we don't certainly keep a spreadsheet. But again, I think it comes back to relationships. It comes back to who you know, and keeping track and being interested in what they're doing. And that way being able to learn and then to share, to be able to refer, and to be able to make connections with people. So for example, the Tarnagulla example earlier today that was presented and the fantastic work that went on there to be able to connect to that community with another community that might be interested in doing something similar is really important. And I think also having somewhere for these examples to belong. So at VCOS, for example, we've pulled together just a series of 10 case studies, which is focused on local collaborative resilience building initiatives. And that's just one tiny example of what's actually happening across the state. But there is a great opportunity to bring it all together.
Thank you. Max?
Dudley, we use Zoom, only Zoom. So we established a robust audience engagement by having a poll, a pre-webinar survey. People were able to submit questions for the Q&A via that. Poll questions during the webinar. We normally had 2 Q&A sessions, so 30 to 40 minutes devoted to Q&A, and also a feedback survey. And so in this sector, responses to surveys are generally poor. Ours are outstanding. So in 2021, 106% of the viewers, in fact, more than the viewers, filled out the pre-webinar survey, and 60% of people filled out the feedback survey. And we learn a lot from this about what our audience wants to know about. So 93% of the respondents rated us as 4 or 5 star for both the overall session and the information relevance. 76% listed the actions that they're going to take, and they want more. So 100% were very likely to participate in future events and recommend them to others. And we had an amazing 289 suggestions for future webinar events. So we're going to be around here for a while yet. So we had an average of 100 viewers in 2020. That doubled this year. Started off with 400 registrants last year, added 900 this year. The webinar recordings have been viewed by 1,500 people. So basically, we're technology driven. We're wanting feedback from the people who get involved, and we're going to provide by updating our website soon on providing further information to the website. So if you're interested in looking at what we've done, watching our recording, you could register for any upcoming news and webinars on our website, bushfireresilience.org.au.
And thanks for the unsolicited and unpaid commercial, Max. Thank you. Take the chance while you can. Lisa.
Thanks, Dudley. So like Max, Zoom and Teams plays a big part, particularly because the network has been established for all of the COVID period of time. But I think in terms of a more sophisticated piece of technology we used was called Wonder, and it allowed us to do a networking event. So it felt like you were actually at a network. We called it a pool party. The image on screen was like you were standing around a pool, but everyone had an individual little icon, and you could move your icon to move to a group of people who were talking or to an individual, and then immediately that group would pop up on screen. And it was the first time I ever used that, and that was really great, just to do something different, because we spend a lot of our time on screen using Zoom and Teams. But also, it doesn't have to be complicated, or you don't have to use sophisticated systems all the time. We recently ran just a trivia night, using PowerPoint, just bringing people together, doing some general trivia, and that was a really great way to connect and have a conversation and network across members without it feeling like you're at another meeting, if that makes sense. Thanks.
Fine. Emma?
Yeah, thank you. Our network uses a range of different programs and software to engage with the community, particularly during COVID. Like everyone else, in our network, we are spread out all over South Australia, so there wasn't an opportunity to meet face to face. But even in our community, when COVID hit, we had planned to do a big community forum where everyone came together, and unfortunately we had lockdown and no one could come. So we had to think on our feet, and I think probably the most, Zoom being the big one, it was the one that we probably had to learn very quickly. All of our meetings went online. But as far as reaching community, some of the things that we have used that have been really successful has been Mentimeter. So it's an interactive tool where people can use their phones in a forum type session, and you can see it live, all the answers and the feedback, and that was really great. And our network uses a program called Basecamp. And on Basecamp, you can just chat, but you can also share documents. You can download things. All of our branding was put on there, and marketing. So we were able to access that straight away. And obviously for us, engaging with our community is a big thing. And a lot of that is done via social media.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of not only being equitable, but being seen to be equitable, I won't ask Sarah to follow up Emma every time. I'll swap between you. Yeah, I want to ask a double-barreled question this time. The first part of it is, how important is it to you with your network, your community network? How important is it to have co-design of the programs and the networks that you operate? And the second part of it, you can tie in, I guess, is what sort of measures have you put in place to make sure that your network is sustainable over time? And I'm going to be a bit risky here. I'm going to take a bit of a chance, and I'm going to reverse the order that I start asking questions. Sarah, would you like to start? Sorry, Bridget.
So co-design is really what leads our project. We aren't leading it ourselves. We're more facilitators of the project. It's very much community led. The first people we go to is community. We invite them in to our space. We go out to them. Conversation plays a huge part in the work that we do, and we've found it's the most effective. And very much on that community and human level, rather than a professional level. As far as like the evaluation goes, it's very much supported by Clear Horizons. They're located in Melbourne and Sydney, so we really rely on like Zoom, especially because we can't get face to face. So I hope I've answered that question okay, but if I haven't, just let me know.
That's fine. Thank you for that. Max, I'm doing risky stuff here. I'm on the edge.
Okay, well, thanks. Well, we go through a pretty exhaustive process to decide what the webinar topics are going to be each year. Now, last year, we were given, the viewers from 2020 gave us 169 suggestions. So we took those into account when we're deciding the 5 webinars this year. So having decided what the topic is, we then need to figure out who we want in Australia to deliver. And so we do a lot of consultation with our subject matter experts to decide then on the format of each of the webinars. And how sustainable are we? We've only been going 13 months, really. So I think we're looking, again, we have a review every year as to what we did well, what we can do better. And so we have this process of continuous improvement, and we're all the time looking out to establish relationships with other people that we can get involved in our BRI, Bushfire Resilience Inc.
Thanks, Max. Bridget, co-design, sustainability.
Absolutely. Co-design is absolutely critical to success. And I think for the Collaborative for Community-Led Resilience, the founding partners include a really diverse range of organisations and sectors, and that includes Emergency Management Victoria, philanthropic organisations, the Foundation for Rural and Regional Renewal, Lord Mayor's Charitable Foundation, and community organisations, including Southern Grampians, Glenelg Primary Care Partnership and VCOS. So really key to the co-design kind of process, I guess, or approach was really around harnessing each of our organisations' strengths and our commitment to the vision. As part of the co-design as well, we actually went out and undertook research, a survey and a series of interviews with practitioners right across the emergency management and disaster resilience sector to develop a theory of change to help really underpin the collaboration and the work that the collaboration is going to undertake. I think really importantly, our first step as a collaborative is going to be going out to community and actually seeking community's input, understanding what community would like and need from us, so that co-design process is then fully complete and we can start to move forward and actually start delivering and working closely with communities. In terms of sustainability over the longer term, there's a few things. I think funding is really important, having that backbone and that funding that can kind of keep us going. Having some succession planning in place. While we're all a group of very passionate individuals, you know, if I'm hit by a bus tomorrow, there really needs to be somebody else, for example, at VCOS that can pick it up and run with it. And really important too to consider not only what your short-term goals are, but your longer-term strategic vision and that longer-term planning so that you're always moving forward, you're always improving and growing.
Thanks for that, Lisa.
Thanks, Dudley. So in terms of co-design, as Max mentioned, and Bridget as well, continuous improvement's a huge part of what our network does and is focused on. We've got an advisory group that the committee can go to seek advice, but we, as I mentioned previously, we listen to our members, so we regularly will survey them. I think it was our first survey, we got 25% of our members respond, which was really great uptake. So it's great to hear from the members about things that are working well and can be improved. And we obviously get feedback directly via email and through social media as well. But I know that we're all looking forward to when we can do some more in real life events and be able to have those informal conversations with members around, you know, are they getting everything they need out of it? Is there more things we can be doing? And just thinking more innovatively with different thinkers about things we can do. In terms of sustainability, at the moment, more hands make light work. We're trying to establish a lot of processes and procedures and things so it's easier to keep the network going, and that's sustainability. As Bridget mentioned, funding and the concept of whether or not we want to take on a fees structure is something as a network we need to, I guess, battle with and overcome and think through how we want to do that. At the moment, it's completely free and we love that, but sustainability and funding of it, you know, can come hand in hand, unfortunately. And yeah, I think we're just really looking forward to getting out and doing in real life events, I think is what we're really looking forward to over the next 12 months.
Brilliant. Thanks very much for that, and thanks very much to all of the panel for their insightful and exciting ideas on regarding community networks and the importance of them. And I think we've all been able to pick up some stuff about how maybe we can go about either creating or strengthening our own community networks. So on behalf of everybody, thanks very much to all of you for participating and the way in which you answered our teasing questions, if you want. Thanks very much. Our next session, moving right along, no rest for the wicked. Our next session is titled Building Evidence-Based Community Initiatives. And it's I see this as being a vital part of today's forum. Our community programs need to be based on evidence. Having been in the sector for more years than I'd like to remember, I look back on lots of activities that have gone on that haven't been based on evidence, and I guess with some justification, a lot of them failed. This session focuses on the importance of that evidence in the community initiatives that we're talking about today, and the ones that we're looking forward to creating. So we have 4 speakers to address this evidence-based activities, and each of them will talk for 10 minutes, and then we'll have the opportunity to ask them some questions and make observations about what they've said afterwards. Our first speaker, Fiona Roberts, who is a Mudry graduate with her PhD, and she's going to talk about barriers to resilience for not-for-profit organisations. Welcome, Fiona.
Thank you, Dudley. I'm not sure about that whole connotations with the wicked, and then you introduce us. I think that's a little unfair. Anyway, good morning from the lands of the Jugger and Turrbal people in beautiful Queensland. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. Today, I am discussing the barriers encountered by some non-profit organisations or community groups when they have tried to help before and after disasters. Next slide, please. As part of my PhD research, I investigated what the potential role was of non-profit organisations and whether in building community resilience to disasters. I investigated the resilience and recovery actions of an array of non-profit organisations, Lions, Rotary, neighbourhood houses across Victoria in response to a range of disasters. The research indicated that these groups can be particularly valuable, and I don't think that's any surprise to anybody, but at least I guess now we've got the data in the peer-reviewed literature. Next slide, please. I think actually, could you do the next slide after that one, please? Thank you. So one of the outcomes of the research was to identify strengths of these community groups, and they have huge strengths, as we all know, and that these strengths actually fit, excuse me, with the Sendai and National Disaster Resilience frameworks that help define a resilient community. I'm going to repeat that because it's sort of like really important. These strengths that the community groups have, they fit with what the Sendai and National Disaster Resilience frameworks say define a resilient community. So we know they have strong community connections, networks, they know the community assets, but also they have access to diverse populations. And this is so critically important during disasters, post-disaster, to help identify, or pre-disaster indeed, to help identify vulnerable people in our communities. They have local knowledge. They have creative solutions to tricky local problems, and their speed of response is really quick given that they are of the community and they are the zero responders in a disaster. So, and because they contribute, these community groups contribute to community longer term, they also have the trust of the community and are often the gatekeepers into community. Next slide, please. However, another outcome of the project included identifying barriers to community groups participating in resilience and recovery activities. And as I think one of the previous speakers mentioned, structural barriers are an issue, and they're logical. They're from traditional emergency management approaches through command and control. And while that top-down approach is needed in response, and I recognise this, I've just done sort of an introduction to AIMS training, it lacks that two-way communication and community voice component that is so needed in authentic community development. So this this command and control culture actually inhibits community-led activities around resilience and recovery. There was non-recognition of some of the community groups by emergency management stakeholders, and without it, they're not in the plan, there's no role definition, there's no operational guidance, which leads to assets being overlooked, duplication, wasted resources, anger in the community because they just want to help, and fundamentally lost opportunities for effective linkages. So as a result of not being identified as a community asset, there's little collaboration or understanding. So there's such a waste of resources there. So many of these barriers stem from poor communication and a lack of understanding of what community groups can contribute. There was a lack of trust that community groups could deliver. What would be their consistent value proposition? Were they appropriately certified? Did members all have blue cards? Are they insured? Government has to be accountable, and there was sort of questions over whether these community groups would be. There was a lack of resources for some neighbourhood houses particularly, but also anger, because when a disaster happened in their area, they had an unfunded, unallocated mandate to help during and after disasters when they're already time and resource poor. You know, like I've seen so many absolutely exhausted, fabulous people that really needed the resources. So these barriers are contextual and varied with location, personalities, situation. Some relationships were great in some areas, bad in others, varied with particular organisations, and often it did depend on personalities. Next slide, please. So apart from the barriers though, the research also identified a number of key success factors or enablers to overcome these barriers. Training was seen as an important way of overcoming a number of these barriers. Training community groups on emergency management legislation and language and responsibilities. So it leads to an understanding of the environment these organisations faced, and that was seen to be very useful. Equally, where needed, training of emergency management officers in community development, community-led resilience principles. Obviously, this is a location-specific, personal, specific factor. One other aspect that had seemed to overcome barriers and credibility barriers was the establishment of memorandums of understanding between non-profit organisations and government organisations at a state or national level, and that gives them credibility. But at a local level, for the community groups to introduce their club, themselves, their capabilities to their local emergency management officers, and ensure that any contact details, say on the council website, are up to date, and that that the council has a clear understanding of what these groups may offer. And another thing that came out as really valuable was that if groups were to practice working together, so hold events like markets or festivals or community dining, that would enable stakeholders to work together, to talk to each other, to get to know everybody. Anyway, communication and linkages between stakeholders, it's underpinned so many of the success stories of community groups working to build community resilience. Daniel Aldrich, we all love Daniel, his research highlights that your neighbours' community are the ones who are likely to save you in a disaster. The people in your community are the ones who are going to help you recover, as Sabrina demonstrated about Kangaroo Island. And community groups can't or shouldn't go it alone, so it was so nice to hear from Rhonda listing such a range of characters in her recovery experience. There was also repeatedly this terminology, you've got to be at the table. And as a success factor, and to gain, I guess, an identity and to be recognised as someone who can contribute. So when community groups given a voice over actions pre and post disaster was quite useful. I am conscious of the time. I don't want to get in trouble from Dudley. I like the
You've
local...
got 1 minute left, Fiona.
Oh,
1
okay.
minute left.
I like the local disaster management groups, human and social subgroups, for a way of being at the table. Its governance and administration is already paid for. We just have to maybe, switch them from recovery only to sort of a year-round resilience focus might be fabulous. Anyway, next slide, please. So disaster resilience, community resilience and recovery are complex. Community groups are a way to ensure the community voice gets heard and actions community-led. Linking with others is also a way to gain expertise and funding and additional resources. And the sum of the community groups together can be so much greater than each individual organisation. So
thanks very
please
much, Fiona.
Yeah, okay. Next slide, please. So,
did you say last slide?
Yes, I said
Thank you.
last slide. Well,
Good.
yes, Dudley.
Thank you.
So if you want to read any more of that, my PhD is on the Monash repository, and Caroline Frank and I have just published an article in the International Journal of Disaster Risk Reduction. So here's my email. Please reach out. Back to you, Dudley.
You're such a sensitive and supportive person, Fiona. Thanks. I appreciate that. Great, and a great, a very much unsung sector, I think, across all of emergency management, is the not-for-profit thing, and you've given us a good insight into perhaps how we might engage with them ourselves in the future. Our next speaker in this segment, talking about evidence-based community initiatives, is Elissa Jans, sorry, Elissa, and she's going to talk about the CFA and SES Disaster Resilience Education Victoria website. Thank you.
Thanks, Dudley. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elissa Jans, and I'm from the Country Fire Authority in Victoria, otherwise known as the CFA. I would just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we gathered and pay my respects to elders, both past, present and emerging. So today I would like to share with you one of the resources that CFA have developed for disaster resilience education. Next slide, please. Oh, I don't have any slides up.
Are you there, Ronnie? Hello, Ronnie. He's a good man.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you. So I guess this sort of slide sort of sums up what it's really all about. And this project is directed to students and teachers. So I'm sort of guessing that most of the students that we aim to target would not consider themselves as being disaster resilient, but we aim to change that with many other programs that are happening. And CFA puts the community at the centre of everything we do by delivering programs and services that make a positive difference. And we know that school-based disaster resilience education can build students' understanding of the causes, nature, effects of hazards, while fostering a range of competencies and skills that will enable students to contribute proactively to disaster prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response and recovery. Next slide, please. So what is DREV, as we call it? It's a teacher-led program that uses a website. So it's really easy for students and teachers to use. It doesn't require teachers to be subject matter experts, which is a real key of the program. And it's aligned to the current curriculum. It's online, it's ready to go. And back in 2016, CFA Vic SES, in collaboration with some schools, teachers and students, developed the Disaster Resilience Project. And the aim of this project was to increase students' knowledge and awareness of local disasters and to build their capacity for initiating and participating in practical action for disaster risk reduction and resilience. Next slide, please. In 2018, the project won a Disaster Resilience Award. And in 2019, the program was evaluated by Dr. Bryony Towers from RMIT and Victorian Bushfire Natural Hazards CRC, along with Sophie Perello from RMIT and Professor Kevin Ronan from the School of Psychology in Queensland Bushfire Natural Hazards CRC. And the current website has now been updated to reflect the evaluation recommendations. This current website was relaunched in June this year. An email campaign was sent out to all secondary schools across Victoria from CFA, and it was to highlight the relaunch of the site, encouraging schools to take a look at the website and hopefully to start to use the site. Next slide, please. The website is specifically designed for students in years 7 to 9. There are 5 interactive lessons that cover a range of topics, and each lesson provides teachers with a learning guide and all the relevant resources. And at the end of each lesson, there's a quiz for the students to do. Next slide, please. The website's super easy to follow. As I mentioned, there's quizzes at the end. There's a range of resources on the website. Everything's hyperlinked on the site, so it's just really makes it really, really easy for teachers to use. But instead of sort of showing you a whole lot of screenshots, I'd just like to play a quick recording of me demonstrating the website. We probably don't have to play all of it, so maybe just half of it, if that's okay, Ronnie. Not that one, sorry. It's 3 slides before that, sorry. After the resources slide, please, Ronnie. That's it, thank you. Oh, there's no sound. Not sure what's happened to the sound on the video. Can you check that, Ronnie? Teachers can click on the teacher page. There's a brief introduction to disaster resilience education, as well as links to the curriculum and links to a range of helpful resources that both students and teachers can utilise. As it notes, this unit has been designed for teachers to deliver lessons with minimal preparation and background knowledge of local natural hazards and disaster preparedness. Here you'll find some tips on before, during, and after each lesson. There are 5 lessons, and each one is similar in the way it's been set out, with different activities for different topics. In this teacher guide, you'll find the learning intentions clearly noted, the success criteria, the supporting resources for the lesson, where you can click on the quiz sheets and print them out, or the students can do them online. The lesson is then outlined. I just wanted to show you how easy it was to use. We might just leave it there, Ronnie. That's probably enough. And just if you could just move to the next slide, that'd be great. So that was sort of a brief overview. Not sure what happened with the sound there, but I really encourage you all to jump onto the website and have a look through. There's some really amazing information, and we've had some really good feedback from students. So there are numerous benefits for students and teachers. As I mentioned, it's really easy to use. It supports disaster resilience in our, sorry, my camera was off, education in our schools. The lessons are already prepared, so there's learning outcomes. And that's what teachers are looking for when putting a lesson together. They need to align everything to learning outcomes. So there's 5 lessons. So it's pretty much, the lessons will go for maybe 30 to 40 minutes, depending on the conversations that are had. And teachers can prepare the lessons by using the teacher pages. The students are going to gain valuable information around their own areas, and that's one of the key aspects, that is that the program can be tailored so it's all about the students, their area. They also can take home information, discuss it with their families, and that ultimately results in a greater number of people sharing discussions about their own disaster and emergency planning. And it provides skills and knowledge that will benefit students, teachers, and the schools in the event that a natural disaster was to happen in their area. Next slide, please. Oops, yep. I'm just going to play this short video and we're going to hear from some students and teachers. Can you just check the sound is up, please, Ronnie, too? Thanks.
The Disaster Resilience Project is a working relationship between The Disaster Resilience Project is a working relationship between schools and the emergency services sector. Developing disaster resilience involves understanding our local natural hazards and taking positive action. The Disaster Resilience Project is a working relationship between schools and the emergency services sector. Developing disaster resilience involves understanding our local natural hazards and taking positive action to reduce the impacts of these hazards.
The Dandenong Ranges are usually quoted as either the number 2 or number 3 highest risk bushfire areas in the world. And so this disaster resilience program actually provides students and staff with the opportunity to put all that into context.
I didn't know much about disaster resilience. I knew that you usually have to have a fire plan for your house, and I knew what you had to do before a fire started in the area. I didn't know a lot about floods or other disasters that could occur around the hills.
I learnt that there were bushfires closer to my house than I would have expected. And I remember there was one activity we did during our lessons where we put in our address and we could set the filters to like any natural disaster, and we could see like in the past 50 years the natural disasters in our area.
With our parents, the dangers and what we could do, because they hadn't had the lessons and they probably haven't been taught like us.
Coming from overseas, it's different. So I've already been talking to my mum about being disaster resilient. I go home every time we do it and tell her more facts, and she finds it really interesting. And next summer we're hopefully going to do some more steps to get out earlier.
During the disaster resilience program, the initial lessons, the students were really animated. They really got into the lessons because it was related to their area and it was related to events that they were familiar with. It was great to see them asking questions and talking about what they knew and what their parents had done, and even questioning, oh, why do you have to do that? They really got into it.
I think the access to the resources has been great. You know, going to the website, being able to look at the overlay maps, being able to look at the history of fire, the resources provided have been terrific. And I think that really stimulated discussion and making it local and relevant, okay, for the students has been really good.
I'm much more confident now because everything was there that we needed. The students had great discussions, they could cope with all the work. Overall, it's been really smooth. Having the learning intentions there made it really easy because that's how we work all the time, and all the information there. Knowing it's up to date and accurate information makes it a lot more confident. We will incorporate this unit of work into our curriculum now, so it will become part of our Year 7 geography unit.
Disaster resilience education in the curriculum also supports our emergency management planning.
Let's work together to make disaster resilience an important part of your school's curriculum.
Thanks, Dudley. Ronnie, could you put the next slide on, please? So that's just a brief overview of the project. And as I mentioned, it'd be great for you to jump on. I noticed there was a question about, is this being shown at teachers' forums? I did present at the Dranson 8R forum 2 weeks ago. We're hoping to be able to present this to as many teachers as possible. And somebody made a comment in regards to the importance of the fact that people are moving further out, and it's really super important. So I just wanted to thank you very much for the opportunity today to share this project with you. And if you've got any information, any questions, my details are there. Thank you, and back to you, Dudley.
Thanks, Elissa. Just in case people are worrying about the fact that my reputation as a timekeeper is in tatters now, I would have to say that because of the technical hitches, I gave you a little more time, perhaps than you might have than you needed to use at the start. Moving right along, enough of that. Our third speaker in looking at our evidence-based initiatives is Antoine Chandonnet. I hope my French accent helps that, Antoine. You're talking about the Red Cross disaster resilience in cold communities. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dudley. Hi, everyone. I'm joining you today from beautiful Mianjin, also known as Brisbane, which is land of the Yagara and Turrbal people. And I will also like to pay my respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging. So the aim of the initiative I'll talk about today was to support culturally and linguistically diverse communities in building resilience to disasters in our little corner of Southeast Queensland here, and use that engagement as an opportunity to really try to better understand the numerous and quite complex factors that can make migrants and refugees more or less resilient to disasters. Just to put things into context, it's always good to remind ourselves that nearly 30% of Australia's population is born overseas. That's about 7.5 million people. Of course, COVID slowed down international migration a little bit, but multiculturalism will definitely remain a defining feature of Australian society, with implications for virtually all aspects of life, including obviously for disaster management. So when you read research and policy around migrants and refugees and disaster resilience, you see a lot of emphasis on so-called vulnerability factors, such as low English proficiency, preventing some people to access information, could be past traumatic experience, lack of trust in emergency management authorities, and the like. But as we'll see later, this is just one part of the story, as we discovered throughout our engagement and research. So coming back to our project, to our initiative, back in 2017, Red Cross in Queensland was fortunate to benefit from funding from the National Disaster Resilience Program to implement a 2-year project engaging with migrants and refugees on the topic of disaster resilience. And the project was very much designed for engagement and research to kind of inform each other in a kind of research and practice kind of way. The main activity was the recruitment and mobilization of a team of volunteers from all sorts of cultural backgrounds. I think we counted about 25 languages around the table during our first meeting. And the objective was to support these volunteers to deliver the emergency preparedness message to their community in the way that they knew would work for their community. So in a culturally and linguistically appropriate way. I guess another side goal of this project was also to diversify our volunteer workforce. I just mentioned that nearly 30% of Australians are born overseas. I don't think we have 30% representation of migrant and refugee group with our emergency management volunteer workforce, the SES and etc. So it would be great if we can aspire to for our volunteer workforce to reflect a little bit more the demographics of our country. Other activities that we did was capacity building. So we delivered trainings and workshops to migrants and refugee groups, but also to organizations that supported those groups. For example, we had a series of workshops with TAFE, who has the Adult Migrant English program. So it was a great way to engage with newly arrived people in Australia and also recruit some volunteers. We also attended many community events, supporting the spreading of the preparedness message. Another activity that was not originally planned was the development of multilingual preparedness resources, quite basic one. But we made a short film in 8 different languages and a flyer in 12 different languages about the very basic preparedness message. And I guess one of the most valuable output or outcome of that research, of that project, I mean, was the opportunity to expand our knowledge on the experience of migrants and refugees with disasters. So the report is available on our website. There's little time to go into much detail, but overall the goal, as I mentioned, was to better understand migrants and refugees' experience, try to really pin down the many factors that play a role in their resilience or vulnerability, and finally to outline some very concrete actions that all stakeholders can take, from individuals, community leaders, community organizations, and of course, disaster management agencies, to contribute in their own way with their own capacity to developing resilience and in call communities, and I guess establishing more trust and communication with those groups as well. So in the research, some of the themes that we investigated were the impact of the migration journey on resilience. We also tried to understand the perceptions, knowledge, and attitudes of migrants and refugees towards risks, the influence of past traumatic experience, which is particularly relevant for refugees, the role of social capital and community networks, which is relevant to all groups, but with particular relevance, I guess, for migrants and refugees. And finally, the many challenges of effective communication, disaster communication at all phases of the disaster management cycles. And that's another topic, I guess, but I think COVID recently illustrated the many challenges of effectively communicating with migrants and refugee groups. So I have about 3.5 minutes left, and I'd just like to share a few insights that we gained from the research that we've done. The first of all would be the, I guess, relationship between the refugee experience and recovery. And what I mean by that is that we found some quite striking similarities between the refugee experience and the disaster experience. For example, the experiencing physical danger, the threat of death, or sadly, the actual death of loved one, displacement, separation from loved ones, uncertainty about the future, trauma, and all these experiences are valid for both refugees and people who have been through disasters, even though the context is obviously very different. And I guess this has some significant implication when we engage with migrants and refugees on the topic of disaster resilience and preparedness. I think it's very important to keep in mind that a lot of refugees are undergoing a recovery process, not unlike the recovery process of people who have been through a natural disasters. The second point, the second insight I'd like to share is kind of, it derives from the first one, and it's related to the relationship between hardship, vulnerability, and resilience. I mentioned earlier that there's a lot of emphasis in research on vulnerability factors, so what makes migrants and refugees more vulnerable to disasters. But what we found is that in many cases, the very experiences that can make them vulnerable, so having been through trauma, through separation with loved one, through displacement, is sometimes what makes them resilient. And just to give one example of that, we interviewed some refugees from Africa who were arrived in Townsville in Queensland just before the big flood that we've had up there a couple of years back. And we asked them, so how was it? How was the experience of being evacuated to an evacuation center after a flood? And for them, it was nothing, because they told us, well, we spent years in a refugee camp. So spending a couple of days in an evacuation center in a safe environment where food and water is provided was nothing. So it was quite interesting to see that for these refugees, the experience of the evacuation was in many ways easier than for Australians. And I'll be on time, Dudley, I promise. I have less than a minute left. But the last thing I'd like to mention is that a lot of the vulnerability that we identify amongst migrants and refugees is not inherent. It is circumstantial and very often resulting from a lack of dialogue, engagement, trust, and mutual understanding between migrants and refugee groups on one side and disaster management agencies on the other side. So in other words, and that can be my last word, as a sector, as a disaster management sector, we still have a long way to go to embed cultural consideration into our work, and definitely have our part to play in supporting these groups and building resilience. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your attention. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay for the panel discussion afterwards, but I encourage anyone who has questions or wants to discuss to contact me separately. So thank you, and back to you, Dudley.
Thank you, Antoine, for a very useful understanding of the specific challenges that called communities provide within our evidence-based search for solutions to our community initiatives. Our final speaker in this section is Carolyn Spencer from Mudgee, and she's going to talk about the Upper Beaconsfield Bushfire Mitigation Project. Thanks, Carolyn.
Okay, thank you, Dudley. And thank you everyone for being at the forum today. As many of you know, I am usually very involved with this background work, so I'm actually very pleased not to be doing it today. I also have a little bit of an identity crisis, and that I'm actually not speaking on behalf of Mudgee today. I'm actually speaking on behalf of our local community as part of the Upper Beaconsfield Bushfire Mitigation Project. So before I move on, I just realised that one of our previous students, Fiona, has been speaking on behalf of Mudgee. So it's just lovely to see her finished her PhD and speaking so thoroughly confidently about her work. It's just an absolute pleasure to see that, Fiona. Next slide, please. And we need to work, if you could tap it. Okay, I'll just quickly introduce the team. I've got the UBA people, the Upper Beaconsfield people here. And you can see I'm there as a co-chair with Ange Wright, who will appear in a minute. We also had Mike Hall and Frank Archer, who was a great member of the committee. Next one. A very important person in the group was Suzanne Cross, who became a project manager. And there's Ange and her team from Forest Fire Management Victoria. And we also had MJ and Emily and Tim Kern from CFA, and our local emergency management officer from the Shire, and another local person, sorry, I should say Stuart, who is fabulous, and also Glenn Brooks Macmillan. And we also had some help from Melbourne University. Libby was absolutely fabulous, as was her research fellow, Sandra Pinman. So this was the group that we brought together. I'll just quickly show you on the next slide how this actually came about. So that was the timeline. It did start in 2018. If you click, with Frank actually going to a Cardinia local meeting, and he met Barry McGee. And in 2018, we actually invited him as a speaker to this forum, and he spoke really very well. And in 2019, he came to the UBA and spoke about that project. And we were very inspired by that. And in 2019, again, we had our first Safer Together grant with Cardinia Shire. They actually applied that on our behalf. And as a result of that, we've got further funding to do this particular project. So we're very happy about that. So next slide, please. So with this presentation, I've actually run strictly to the template. So I'm not going to rush too much, or I'm going to rush through this rather, because I want to show you the tool that we actually ended up developing. So the aim of this really was to give people a tool to help manage their properties in terms of bushfire, but also protecting biodiversity. So it really is a sort of a double-edged sword. And because we live in such a high-risk area, we felt it really important, particularly because we have a moving population. A lot of what I call the old guard of people actually lived through Ash Wednesday here have moved on, and we've got lots of new people who are not familiar with living in the bush. So this was a fabulous grant project that we had. Next slide, please. So we actually developed this totally online through COVID. Libby from Melbourne helped us with a structured decision-making survey, and this was co-designed with the community, and we piloted that with the community, and there's a very strong community voice in this, and we were assisted with agents and academics. And while I'm an academic, I'm certainly not a fire expert, so we relied on the expertise of others to bring this together. So we have had a soft online launch in a COVID, and we're waiting for our COVID safe celebration. Next slide, please. So we believe this is an Australian first tool of this nature where we've worked so closely with agencies. We've got the tool, and as I said, we've had significant community input, and there has been quite an enthusiastic response. I think one of the key factors for success with this is that we did have Suzanne on board as a project manager. She kept us on pace, and she's also conducting an evaluation of that. We were successful in getting the funding, and we will be looking for more to evaluate it. And we had an enormously proactive, collaborative and professional team. And I think that was really a fabulous example too of shared responsibility, and that there was an awful lot of respect and trust and confidence between the group, because there was a lot of robust discussion about how we would do this. So I think we demonstrated fabulous shared responsibility. Great example. It was a really rewarding experience to work with everybody. We did do it in partnership with a number of others, and the story map tool is completed, and we've got a 1 to 2 year opportunity for updating that or providing feedback. And we will be putting this into an academic publication. We have also written about it locally. So if we could actually go to the link, and I will try and, I think it's on the next slide, yeah. If we could go to the link, and that should bring us up, the link's at the top, yeah. Not coming up. I can share it if need be. So this is the Upper Beaconsfield, Guys Hill and Dewhurst story map. It is based on people's input and the values. Okay, just trying to move you all out of my sight. So this is what we actually came up with. So along the top, if you can see my cursor, we have information about the project, about the history of our area, the local landscape, the community survey that we did, also biodiversity, the bushfire history and risks of the area, and the actions you can take. And at the end, we do have an area for people to provide us with some feedback. So I'll just quickly run through this, and please stop me when I've reached my time, because this was the bit that I'm really keen on showing people.
Oh, I'll stop you, Caroline. Don't
I know you will, Dudley. I know you will. I know I can absolutely be confident that you will do that. So I'll just go through here. So as you can see, we've got lovely pictures in here, and this provides a little background for people to see what they can do with this. It does give the results of the survey that we did, and that was with Monash Ethics, so that we can publish. This highlights the groups that we were there. That shows you this again, and the project that we have. So our history. So I want to just show you a bit of this local history. One of the things I'm conscious of is that we have got people speaking about recovery, and our project is very much determined on trying to be prepared for. So while we have a new population here, we do have a very strong local history of bushfire. Oh, no, it's wrong one, sorry. No, I won't, here we are. So it goes through the history of Upper Beaconsfield, gives you some of the local landscape. So it tells people about the landscape, the local area. It's got a nice lot of information. It's very big, so I'm not going to go through all of it because there is so much in here. What I will take you to is the actions that people can take, because this is what really was the heart of the project, in helping people understand what they can and can't do in terms of what is legislated. So we've relied very much on the research. So if people want to burn off, they can. but these are the consequences of burning off. So if we go here, it's all about decision making, which is the thrust of the program. Libya's provided us a little description of how we make decisions and how we might be able to make better decisions in bushfires, or not in bushfires, in preparing for bushfires. Where we haven't been able to get research, we're lucky enough to have fire experts do little vignettes, and these are captured in videos here. We're talking about a whole range of different things, the actions that people might be able to take. And so one of the things that was here was that the council, who was also involved in this, were very keen for us to have a warning about burning off, and that we would need a permit. So this is a link that will take people to a site where they can actually get a permit to do what they need to do.
Caroline, this hurts me more than it hurts you, but you need to wrap it up.
Okay, no, that's fine. I could spend half an hour going through this. I do understand. I'll stop sharing my screen if I can. There it goes. Is that gone? Yeah. Yeah, so there's my contact details, but I really wanted just to give you a glimpse of what we have put together. It was a long project, virtually online, and we've had a really great experience of working with agencies helping the community. A real fabulous example for me of shared responsibility. I'll stop there. Back to you, Dudley.
Thanks very much, Caroline. And thanks very much to all of our speakers in this session, where we wanted to make sure that we paid sufficient attention to the fact that all of the work that we're talking about and all of the networks and the activities that we're talking about need to be evidence-based. And these 4 presentations have given us good examples of successful programs, on successful activities that are well based on evidence. As far as the evidence-based activities are concerned, it's interesting paying attention to the Fire to Flourish research approach. And I would just ask the panel members to consider one of the things that comes out of this research approach is they say we generate insights onto what system changes are needed to support more widespread adoption of community-led recovery and resilience approaches. So out of the research that you used and the evidence bases that you used to create your programs, how does that inform what changes need to be done to the system? I can start. I do it almost alphabetically, but Fiona, you can start.
Oh, gee, thanks for that really easy one. Excuse me, Dudley. Okay. I'd like more communication. As I said, if we would, let's just start in a new world. In Queensland there, and recognising that I've only started the job in August, so give me a break, but they like to demonstrate the triangle, excuse me, where they have the local government, local government areas at the top, at the pointy end, and with their associated social and human subplans, and they are supposed to feed in. Now, let's change that from a focus on recovery to a focus on resilience through the whole time. And let's try to encourage people to be given the funding to add to their current, community group reason for being sort of getting in the know, excuse me, with those groups, and getting at the table in these groups, so they get to know each other, they get to know each other's resources, and start to trust and work together. but it has to be a change from just the focus on response and recovery to that whole year-long resilience. Let's talk about preparedness, you know, and maybe that's a nice, easy sort of start, really. Let's go out into the community and build resilience, build preparedness to our particular risks and that sort of stuff. And we can all join in and work together there and learn from that. That was my two bobs. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Elissa.
I think for us in CFA, what this has shown us is it is absolutely imperative that our state governments ensure that disaster resilience education is part of every single school curriculum. It's something that should be taught at every level, and especially in that year 7 to 9 years where we're discussing things that is relevant to students and teachers and their families. And, you know, you only have to, every day there's a disaster of some sort. You know, we've just had horrific storms in Melbourne in June, where we've had, you know, we've got 5 floods, storm, we've got it all on a regular basis. And these incidents are only going to increase. And I think, you know, as a society, we have a duty of care to each other to spread the messages about being prepared, and people need to know what to do. And we seem to see that every time there's another incident, we're faced with the ongoing question of, you know, why weren't people prepared? It's not like we're not aware of the disasters, you know, that can happen. So we really need that support from government to make it, you know, it's part of the curriculum. It's reading, maths, writing, and disaster resilience, all the things that should be key, you know. So that's something that we really want to strive to hope to achieve.
Brilliant point. And Carolyn, I'd still like you to address the idea of what systems your research for your project has shown, what systems need to change. But then I'd also like you, and I'll come back to Fiona, to react to Elissa's suggestion that preparedness, and how do we go about that? So, sorry, I've turned it into a double bunger, Carolyn.
It's okay, Dudley, I'm used to them. In terms of system change, I don't really know. I think from the project that we have just completed as a community, I think for us it was very much common interest. I mean, as working as my community life and my professional life are very closely linked. So perhaps I've had the benefit of being able to link with people who have way more expertise than I do in terms of how I might live in my community. So I think we've been talking about learning networks and partnerships. I really do think it's about having connections and really knowing how the system works. And I think the history of emergency management has been very top down and is now trying to become more bottom up. And I noticed that with one of our local fire guard meetings when this was all starting to change. And it was very interesting to watch our person speaking, because she kept saying, now, I'm not supposed to be telling you what to do. I'm supposed to be drawing out of you. So it was really interesting how she actually was struggling with the questions, from moving from that top down to trying to get the community to actually have a voice. So I think it is very difficult, and it's little stones, or not little stones, little steps, as people have been saying. And I think not having too higher expectations, because it takes generations, I think, to change beliefs. We've only got to have a look at the no smoking campaign, which is what I always refer to. And if we had as much money as the no smoking campaign has, I think we'd be a lot further forward. My last point, I think, is if we had paid resilience coordinators like Landcare has paid coordinators.
Great idea. Blank check, let's sign them up.
I'm all for it.
Fiona?
Firstly, yeah,
kids are so important, aren't they? Because they're a feeder into the rest of the family. And if they're the only ones who speak English relating to COG communities, it's just so impactful, and they get discussions going at home. I can't even remember the question. What was it, Dudley?
Reacting to Elissa's impassioned plea for improving, amongst other things, preparedness.
Well, it's not just a thing, it's the thing, isn't it? Australia did sign on for Sendai, and Sendai is all about identifying risk, managing risk, removing risk if we can. And, you know, it's all those numbers. 1 in 3 Australians are going to be impacted by an emergency. We're going to, what was it, 73 billion or something by 2060. It's going to cost us in disasters. If we can minimise the impact of those disasters, and it's shown that any preparedness stuff that we do does have significant dollar value impact on recovery and the speed of recovery. Yeah, so impactful. And I think actually Uni of Melbourne's Beyond Bushfires did some numbers on anyway, yeah, preparedness and your perception, your attitude to preparedness, and who you got your preparedness advice impacts on how you deal with the actual disaster, because you know you can't be. It reduces the stress of the event, and so it reduces impacts the way you deal with the disaster and your subsequent recovery from the disaster. So yeah, preparedness is really important.
Thanks for that, and thanks to all 3 of our speakers in this segment. And you've all 3 hit the brief perfectly, because we were talking about the importance of evidence base for all of the initiatives that we take with our communities, and all 3 of you, 4 including Antoine, have addressed that. So thanks very much for that. We move on to the final session, but before I do that, a couple of brief commercials. Again, please put questions or reactions on the Q&A. We're recording them, and even if we don't get around to them all, they'll be available, and will be and enable people to follow up if they have the opportunity. And the second point I would make, we've been asked a couple of times, are the presenters' slides going to be provided? The short answer is not as a separate package, but the whole forum is recorded, and of course the slides will appear in that recording, and that'll be sent out to you lickety split after the forum, in maybe in a couple of days, depending on how quickly Victoria and Ronnie get their stuff together. No pressure. So we do move into the final session, and this session is designed to pull together all that we've heard so far today about creating community networks, and creating learning networks, and creating partnerships, and encouraging them, and helping them to grow. So it's a great privilege to us to have such a high-powered group of lead discussants, and I'll be asking each of them to give a 2-minute lead in to what they see as the importance of community learning networks, and I'll be very strict with them to make sure they do stick to the 2 minutes, because I want to give the opportunity for us to ask them questions about what they see as what's important in learning networks and sustainable community partnerships. So our first our speakers are Mary Farrow, Daryl Taylor, Tony Pearce, and not Andrew Coughlin, but John Richardson from Red Cross. Their bios are all in the workbook, so I won't take up the time going through them. And I'll just ask the first speaker, because that's on the list. Mary, 2 minutes worth of what's the importance of community learning networks and sustainable partnerships in your role?
Well, can you hear me, everybody?
Everybody always
Okay,
can hear you, Mary.
excellent. Well, as I'm sitting here listening to everything that everybody said, like there's hardly anything left for me to say, other than I was inspired to think about that old movie where with Humphrey Bogart, where the he asked these bandidos about having badges, and I think of the community as the bandidos, that we say badges. We ain't got no badges. We don't have any badges. We don't need no stinking badges. This is important about the community is empowered to do these things. And we see this over and over again from all the research. Well, how do we empower the government? This is the thing. How do we enable them to advocate and support and facilitate communities? Because communities are got plenty of resources. We certainly are at our community house are living the dream in preparation for the nightmare by putting resources in place as a matter of ordinary practice. Feeding people, having backup power, all that stuff. It's not like, oh, we make a special effort. It's in our Constitution to support people who are displaced by disasters.
So thanks, Mary. Daryl, your thoughts on, very briefly, community learning networks, partnerships? You're still muted.
Thanks, Dudley. Yeah, look, it's just humbling and also a bit exciting just to hear all of the stories today. And yeah, just to be able to remember just how deeply we connected after Black Saturday across the communities and how rich it was to learn from one another. And yeah, just that opportunity, I think, to create some kind of different structure, because a lot of the organisations that we had to work with were pyramids, so they're all vertically shaped. So to be able to create something that's more transverse or more horizontal, that allows the community to community sharing rather than having to go up a vertical hierarchy to get permission for everything. I think one of the challenges is also to get governance structures that are subsidiary governance structures that allows communities to genuinely lead. You know, what we were inducted into in terms of a community-led recovery was really an environment where there was an absence of any authority. So we weren't able to make decisions, we weren't sufficiently empowered. So that's also critical.
Good perspective, thanks for that. Tony, welcome. Your perspective.
G'day, Dudley, thank you. Yeah, and look, I agree with Mary. I think so much of what needs to be done and where the issues are has been expressed by all of the panel members today. I think that's absolutely spot on. But what I would say is that go back to some of the early principles, I guess, is that you can't be wondering about this stuff and trying to implement it in the midst of things happening around you. This needs to be normal behaviour and normal relationships that are created well before the event. So we go back to the issue about school curricula, etc. That's been on the agenda for that long now. I give up even thinking about it, because it has to be part of what is day-to-day learning for our kids anyway, for them to become resilient adults. The relationships of the community with government have to have been formed in peacetime, not in wartime. So you can't expect it to crank up and work after an emergency's happened, when people are actually out there least capable of making things like that work. And it's also about balance of power. There's got to be an equilibrium in relation to the balance of power. That's both from power from a government with community perspective, but also within communities. There are different power bases within communities, and if you can't manage those and read those properly, then you're never ever going to get a really good outcome. I'm sure more of what I'm thinking will come out later on, I think.
Great, thanks for that. John Richardson, welcome, and your perspective. You're still on mute, John.
I thought I had unmuted. Anyway, I've said what I've got to say. Yeah. So look, I think learning networks really, really important. Picking up on Daryl's point, the challenge is putting the right people in touch with the right people at the right time, and that's something that. That's something we've done sort of in an informal sense over many years, by kind of matching up people in communities with other communities, because we kind of go, oh, you've been through something similar, so maybe it'd be worth your while having a chat to this person. I guess over time, what we've tried to do is sort of formalise that a little bit more, put a bit more structure around it through, you know, disaster recovery, so mentors. Because I think, yeah, you need a bit of structure, you know, not too much, but you need to have that kind of structure and some principles around it. So you know who's going to be appropriate. So talking with you know, so communities and that sort of thing. So I think definitely having some structures in place, getting the right people on board, getting them to talk to you know, talk to the topics that they know. It's a really reassuring thing for community members who going through this the first time, to know that somebody else has been through it.
Thanks for that, and thanks to all of you for your opening comments. I've got a couple of broad general questions that I want to address to each of you, and I'd ask you to be concise in your answers, if you will, please, to let everybody have a go. But I also want to come back, if we get time, to ask a couple of specific questions to Tony Pearce in particular, because in your most recent recovery report, you addressed the fact that there is no agreed definition of community-led and how to create it. I think we'd be interested to hear you expand on that a little bit. And John Richardson, your Red Cross Recovery and Resilience Networks publication, I'd like the opportunity for you to expand on that a bit. But before that, don't get excited. Before that, we've had a number of participants have come up with variations on a question that I think is in the back of everybody's mind, and people have touched on it as well. The question is, how do we bring governments along with this process? In 2 minutes or less, Mary, give us the answer. You're on mute too. You're
on mute. There. Mute.
There.
Is that right?
Go.
We lead them as always. No advanced thoughts have come from government unless the community starts it, and so we have to go ahead and do it. And sometimes it's a bit of a rough ride. But all these things that we've learned here today and in the past from all these disasters have come from trauma. So the community has to stand up, not be faint-hearted, and lead the government. I can't help it. I'm from Berkeley.
Daryl, how do we bring government along?
Well, I think government at all levels, you know, there's structural theft of power, which I think is a really difficult thing to deal with in the aftermath of disaster, because everything gets aggregated up. And, you know, we really need that pyramid turned up the other way. And the investment needs to be in communities. And it's not just, it's power and resources that need to be given to communities. And this is the antithesis of globalization, which has aggregated everything up. And as we've aggregated up power, we've kicked out the rungs on the ladder on the way up. So the capacity's lost at the local level. So we really need profound levels of subsidiary democracy. And this is a big challenge, not just for emergency services, but for government as a whole, because pretty much all aspects of government are involved in the recovery or after a major disaster. And the preparedness piece, I think, is really important. It needs to be nested and networked preparedness. And again, the preparedness needs to be subsidiary and solidarity oriented. So it needs to be about how communities partnership with one another, enabled by government. And so the whole idea of managing or leading in two worlds, these vertical pyramids, it's easy for NGOs to talk to government, to talk to corporations, because they're all shaped the same and they've got a head of, or a director, or a CEO, or a premier. But communities are really messy. They're self-organizing systems. They have lots of latency and redundancy, and they're incredibly dynamic, and they change from day to day. And so you kind of get your spreadsheets, you get what James C. Scott calls legibility, whereas communities are all about complexity. And the legibility piece is what governments and bureaucrats focus on, because it's what they can see on their screen. It's numbers and narratives, that simple narratives and simple numbers, statistics, etc. And they make stories out of that, but the stories are always behind where the communities are at in their response to disasters. And yes to all of the preparedness, but in many ways after disasters, sometimes all bets are off, and we have to look at the self-organising capacity of the community and what actually emerges after the disaster. And it's often the people who held leadership positions for a long time in community who are not the ones who are the most nimble at doing the work in its aftermath. So yeah, just a few things to throw.
And I think that's a strategy worth considering. Tony, how do we bring government along?
Yeah, thanks, Dudley. Look, I think you know, a combination of some of the things that both Mary and Daryl have just said are intrinsic in relation to how I think about this. I go back to fairly basic principles. I'm a simple 101 sort of person. So everything for every cost, there's a benefit. And I think the cost benefit is really important here, because if you look at developing resilient communities and engaging communities and having them involved in their own destiny, etc., that's longer than any political cycle. That's an ongoing, sustainable issue that needs to be created, environment that needs to be created. It can't be created in response to an emergency with a particular government of the day that may or may not be there in 4 years' time. There needs to be a baseline understanding within community about what it actually is that it wants to take government on the journey of. And then there needs to be a capacity to sustain that. And one of the problems that I find, and I spend a massive amount of time out in the communities, particularly after disasters or after emergencies when we're doing these inquiries. And one of the things I find is that for many reasons, many of them valid, complacency starts to creep in, and you have a number of people, the Marys of this world, and many of the people on our panel today, for example, that live and breathe this all day, every day. However, every community member doesn't. And it starts to slip away, and everything else then starts to take over. And then before you know it, they're back in a similar sort of place again. So we've actually got two things here. A, yes, you've got to take government on the journey, but in order to do that, you've got to be connected as a community, and you've got to want to be able to sustain your ability to take them on the journey, because governments can't do it on their own. So it's not about us and them. It's a simple case of governments need to be helped to actually go to where it is the community needs them to be.
Good thinking, I think. John, how do we bring government along?
Yeah, I think, so following on what from Tony was saying is that, you know, and quite legitimate, well, this has happened, but, you know, we have kind of separated into sort of us and them. So, you know, us, the community, we do stuff, and then there's this thing called government, and it's over there. And there's a big divide in it, but it's probably about getting back to reminding ourselves, or what is the role of government. And the role of government is, you know, apart from, you know, many things, is to provide services, is to protect us in times of trouble. That's kind of what we pay taxes for. I know a lot of people don't like paying taxes, but that's effectively, that's why we kind of have contracted that out, so that government is able to sort of provide these sorts of things more efficiently. But I think we've lost that along the way, and so there becomes this sort of divide between individuals, communities, and government. So being able to sort of trying to bring that back together, I think is really important. And probably to Mary's point is, and to Tony's point is leading government. It's sort of saying, you know, being in a leadership role and sort of saying, well, actually, no, you this is what we want you to do. This is why we're paying our taxes. You know, that's and so it's not easy, but I think it's the dialogue that you kind of have to sort of shape around. Look at the pandemic, where you know, governments have spent many years sort of getting out of a whole lot of services, and yet when, you know, a society-wide emergency hit at the start of last year, being the pandemic, people looked towards government for leadership. and government provided that sort of leadership. So it is there. It's probably how we kind of build off that.
Yes, yeah, good point. And I think that's an interesting way to look at it. I'm reminded of the National Resilience Task Force that existed a while ago. I'm not even sure if it still continues in existence. That would be the forum I would have thought for communities to go to create that government community interface with some influence and success. But and that's a non-political comment on my part. I'm not here to make comments. I'm here for you guys to make comments. Tony, thanks very much for all your insight, the four of you. Tony, I'll go back to the question that I flagged before, that I think we'd be interested in hearing from you, as out of your recovery report, that you addressed that issue of the fact that there's no agreed definition of community or community-led or how we should create it. I'd ask you to comment on that, and then I'll ask the other panel members to react to your point.
Yeah, thanks, Dudley. Look, yeah, we did have a fair crack at this in the inquiry, because it came up so many times, and when we conducted the inquiry, we didn't go out and say, right, we think these things are issues, what do you think? We actually just simply asked the question and let people go. And we had repeated commentary from all three of the fire-affected local government areas repeatedly about this concept of community-led, community-informed. And I think the basic criticism was that everybody agreed that there was good intent in the relationships that were being created in the recovery processes around them, with the CRCs, etc., being developed, and the engagement between the community recovery committees and the community itself, etc. The grants were all welcomed, etc., which is really fine. The funding and so on was being provided. However, due to many of the normal inhibitors that come into play when you have, in this case, government organisations who are managing grants often to very tight timelines, because it would be nice to think in an altruistic world that when you decide you're going to provide grants to communities for post-disaster recovery, that they would have the time that they need to be able to really understand the implications of that funding and to identify what the real community value elements are that they want to look after. The government system struggles to actually allow that to happen. They're time constrained, they're resource constrained. The expectations of the community itself to actually manage most of the process is significant, and therefore they don't have the skills in a lot of cases, and if they do, they actually don't have the capacity mentally because of what they're going through to actually go through that process. So therefore, when we looked at community-led, the response we got was, no, there is a community consultation to an extent where we are told this is what's available, this is when you need to have it done by, and then we'll see what you get if you're lucky. After that, that's as far as community informed went. The community-led bit was more often than not led by those who were actually in the best mental position to be able to lead things. And very often they were actually groups who were less affected than the broader community, and quite often who had their own agenda and their own projects that they were looking to get implemented. So therefore, this balance I talked about before, even within the community, there was a lack of balance in representation in the forums where community could actually engage to contribute. So it's not about a definition. I don't think you can define community-led and community-informed. I think what you can do, though, is look at what are the principles that would actually engender an environment where everybody who needs to be involved has the opportunity to have their input into what is going to affect them into the future. And it's about that. It's about principles. And if you can develop some principles and expect as part of the process that people then are required to oblige by those principles, I think you'll get a better outcome than you would. And if I can in a minute, if you get a chance to come back, I'll just talk a little bit about inclusion and diversity, but not right at this second.
Okay. Remind me if we run out of stuff. Mary, your reaction to Tony's points?
Well, we published Tony's comments in our community newspaper, mainstreaming this information, because the reality is community people out there don't know anything about this stuff. It's all an internal thing. So by providing this information and disaster information and risk information and thunderstorm asthma information, all that stuff to the community in ordinary ways through your community newspaper. Just part of your discussion is how you build their strength so that when something happens, they have the ability to survive it and not be on the needy list right from the get-go. Local government can't get out to disasters until about 3 days after it happens. So what happens in those 3 days? The community fires up and stuff comes out of the woodwork. So it's being able to work in that environment when it happens, but also, you know, to be ready when with water. You have water tanks, and you know, you've got generators. I mean, it's taken us 5 years to get a generator, but we got one. But we didn't get it on an emergency grant. We got it on a food grant. We don't care. That was what we were going to get, so that we can not run out of power, so that we can keep going and not be on the needy spectrum. So to reduce, you know, the amount of people who need help. So communities can do a whole lot. If all the community organizations in a town represent bigger groups, you know, we got 700 members. So we represent families and children, high risk groups, people with disabilities, all kinds of stuff. If we're communicating, doing our bit, then that gets given on to the nanas and the grandmas and the neighbors and all that. And that's really, I think, how we should be focusing, is about what emergency or resilience activities are in grants and funding documents that we give to communities, and let's let them to respond. Make it a criteria. Make it, you know, reply to that.
Funding's an issue that we could talk for another whole day about, I must say, but a good point. Daryl, is there an issue in the fact that we don't really know what community-led is, or it's, I think your term was, it's all very messy? What does that mean? You're still on mute.
My sense is that we just haven't really invested the resources in understanding complex adaptive systems, and communities are complex adaptive systems. And so, you know, there's a really proud history in Australia of primary health care and a whole lot of different initiatives where they were governed by communities, particularly in the 1970s. And there's the community health sector was an amazing, like, you know, the Melbourne Declaration that came out of the health promotion work was all about how to lead these processes. And we've shifted since the 80s into very much professionally led and then corporate led. And we've sort of got corporate public health now, which has been a large part of the pandemic. You go to look at COP26, and it's corporate-led approaches to climate change or responding to climate change. And so this is a massive shift away from community development. I think in the 1990s in Victoria, we've now got a massive democratic deficit as a consequence of the amalgamation of local governments. And so I think one of the things we need to think about is just this idea of community as a noun tends to focus on scale and a place, whereas community very much is a verb. It's about how things emerge and how these processes play out. And fields like community development, you know, amazing academic theorists and practical people who've been engaged, like Jim Ayliffe, for example, in Australia, who's written comprehensively about community development. We used to have a lot of courses that trained people in community development and explored some of the themes, and they've almost dropped off the cliff because they've, you know, the focus has been on corporate and business's relationship with government, and NGOs have become part of that. They're big vertical aggregated organisations. We've seen that across a whole range of sectors. And so how do we actually get back to what really is local? And, you know, in my own community, the COVID pandemic has been a great opportunity to look at neighbourhood preparedness. And I'm really interested in also preparedness for what? I think it's important to look at disasters and particularly bushfires, but I think we need to develop what Helen Goodman and I termed as generalisable community resilience, not just specific disaster preparedness, because we're going to have these cascading, compounding disasters and crises. So how do we get the best readiness, and how do we get it right down to that neighbourhood scale? Household plans are only as good as the people in the household, but when you've got the whole neighbourhood engaged in a conversation, then you can get the best ideas from that neighbourhood to support one another.
Certainly, yes, thank you. John, does it matter that we don't can't define community-led, or what?
I mean, we need to talk about it, so I think it does matter that, but whether you sort of land a definition is, really tight definition, I don't think is that important. And I think, from what Tony was just saying, like a principles approach is important. And this is what we have had over probably since the late 80s, principles for recovery and community, and that's shifted from, I guess, community informed to sort of community based to community led over that time.
And community empowered.
To empowered, yeah. And so I think, I think it is important to sort of call it out and recognise that. But as Daryl says, it's really messy and it's not easy to sort of measure, and there will be people who certainly want to measure it. I mean, I suppose it really is, getting down to the kind of the basics is that, what are the local capacities, what are the local strengths, making sure that everyone's at the table. Because usually a lot of our sort of attempts at sort of community-led recovery, it tends to be the sort of same people at the table, and so there are groups of people who live on the margins of in communities, and they're still not included in sort of the processes. So need to make sure that all people have the opportunity to be part of it. So. I think it's important to certainly frame it up.
Thank you. At the risk of being very directive, we've got 4 minutes left for discussion, and we could talk about any of these things for 4 days. I guess I would go back, Tony, to your suggestion that we do need to mention, and it's a topic that came up very briefly in some of the previous speakers, You said you wanted to make a point about inclusion, amongst other things, in looking at these community learning networks and sustainable partnerships. Briefly, very briefly.
I will be quick, Dudley. So and it sort of piggybacks, I guess, a little bit off what John was just saying. But we found very, very clear evidence. It's not only in this inquiry; it's in repeated inquiries that I've conducted. That from a community perspective, groups such as our traditional owners, for example, are not well integrated into our systems at all. And we work very closely with the Gunai Land and Waters Aboriginal Corporation and the Lake Tyers Trust following as part of this inquiry. And I can assure you that not all Indigenous people see themselves as being well integrated. And in fact, nor do they actually want to be integrated in the context of the way that we might think about it. But their culture and their lifestyle and their history and their needs, their daily needs, which are very often different to ours, need to be fully considered. And there's strong evidence to suggest that that's nowhere near as good as it could be. Our LGBTQI plus community are very, very similar. We were surprised to find that, they said that whilst day-to-day things are not too bad in their communities, but when all of a sudden you're all being thrown into a relief centre somewhere, all of a sudden those conscious and unconscious biases come out. And youth was another great example. We just yesterday saw the Youth Affairs Council of Victoria post their report that we engaged them to do as part of our inquiry on youth and what youth thinks about during disasters. And I'd strongly encourage people to have a look at that on our website. It was only posted yesterday. And another group who have so much to say, and the impact of disasters is so great on them, and yet they are not engaged properly at all. It is lip service engagement. And that's only 3 groups, but there are probably another 4 or 5 I could rattle off as well. So it is about get the right people to the table. If you want to have community represented, you've got to have community in its full sense actually at the table.
Thanks for that. 1 minute, Daryl, last word.
Sometimes in disadvantaged communities, being at the table, it feels like being on the menu. Particularly if you're the only one that's representing community and everyone else is in an authoritative organisation. So I think we need to think about how do we actually constitute communities, because governments have got power structures that enable them, Corporations are also in law, you know, they're registered in law, as are individuals, but communities are just not constituted in law. So constituting communities in law, I think, is a critical part of preparedness. This is the structural preparedness that's really important. And just one other thought, which is
half a minute.
The resilience idea is really good, but it's got to be systemic. It's not just about psychological resilience or social resilience. It's also about place, and it's about ecological resilience. And I think what we need to bring to the table is that all of this is about transformation. It's about the transformation of our structures and our communities, and also about the transformation of our context. And we need to be able to put resilience, I think, in the context of regenerative thinking. You know, we're looking at, you know, the limits to growth reports predicted that this and anticipated that this time would be a time of great degeneration. So how do we act in systemic degeneration? So how do we build in systemic regeneration?
All good questions, along with all of the good questions we've had today. We've come up with some answers, but there's a whole lot of questions still to be addressed. I am being very directive because I did promise that we would finish by 5:02, and I'm going to make sure we hit that mark. John, I've let you down. I haven't given you the opportunity to talk about Red Cross's Recovery and Resilience Network publication, and I was keen to do that because that was the theme of this session, particularly establishing community learning networks and sustainable partnerships, and for us to be able to identify what's important to us about those institutions or activities or projects. So thanks very much to all four of you for giving the time and for allowing me to chop you off and not let you talk about all the stuff that you know and are expert at, and we'd love to hear from you. But thanks very much for participating in this session today. It does bring us to the end of today's very action-packed, thoughtful, inspiring, brilliant collection of information. In particular, I was particularly struck by the fact that there are so many questions that we need to address that have been put by our very well qualified and experienced speakers. As I said, some of them have come up with some answers, and there are a whole lot more answers out there that it's worth our while pursuing. But there's a whole lot more work needs to be done. We've got to reinforce our evidence base in order to inform decisions that we take, and most particularly of all of the things that we've talked about, we need to strengthen those community networks, the community learning processes, the partnerships. We need to be inclusive in all of those activities. So just a couple of housework, housekeeping. Why did I say housework? Maybe I've got housework to do when we finish. You will receive an email within a day or two of the end of the forum, which will not only include a copy of the recording of this whole day, but it will also include a survey. The idea of this, it's a twofold survey. One is to ask you to give an evaluation on today's forum, what you liked, what you didn't like, and the standard sort of evaluation process. But also the second part is for you to identify for us what are the important things for you going forward. What are the things that need to be reinforced, that need to be activated, that need to be strengthened, and so I'd urge you to complete that survey. It's a relatively short survey, and it's a vital part of this forum to enable us to pursue some of those ideas and proposals that we've considered today. Finally, it just comes to me to do the thanks. First of all, is thanks to everybody who participated. A wonderful and broad cross-section of our community-related community. And I mentioned all the different organisations that were represented. Thanks for giving the time. Everybody's busy, but it's it's great to see so many people are sufficiently interested in this topic to be able to give up that much time. I need to thank again all our speakers and discussants, who again put themselves on the spot and make themselves available, and to a person were able to respond to our questions, as well as giving us their information and experience. My particular thanks to the behind the scenes workers from the Fire to Flourish camp, Victoria and Alison and Ronnie, our technical whip. I've worked many hours, but not only today, but in the lead up. Thanks for all of that. And from the Mudry side, Carolyn and Frank both also burnt the midnight oil, particularly in the last few weeks, to make sure that this worked successfully. So that's it. Thanks very much.
It's not quite it, Mr. Chair. I think it would be totally remiss on behalf of the participants if we did not express our acknowledgement to you from another masterful performance.
You're over time, Frank. You're over time.
And getting us through on time, but in managing the process all the way, Dudley. And so I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of all people out there who are listening to thank you again for another masterly Master of Ceremonies performance.
My pleasure. Thanks very much. Just